Limited, Sector Head Retail and FMCG at RPSG Group, a $7 billion group having over 45,000 employees worldwide. Director in PCBL, RPSG Ventures, Spencer Retail, founder of India's fastest growing snacks company, 2Yum. We now invite Mr. Goenka to take the conversation forward. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Manya, and welcome, Dipinder. Uh, Super excited to have you here today for a session that promises to be exhilarating, exciting, and interesting. So before we get started on the fireside chat, I'll do a brief intro to Dipinder, though he doesn't really require one. So Dipinder is one of the most prominent faces in the food tech industry. He is the founder of the largest food aggregator in the world, Zomato. Under his leadership, the startup that began as a platform for restaurant review and discovery in the NCR region has grown into a public company synonymous with food in over 500 cities in India and across the world. Every month, over 32 million customers use Zomato to find restaurants which suit their preferences and budgets. Today, Zomato is 13 years young, empowering an entire ecosystem with food delivery and unique dining out experiences. It also focuses on sustainability in the sector with products such as Hyperpure, which enables clean produce to restaurants. With a long-term vision of better food for more people, Zomato's collaboration with Feeding India, a not-for-profit organization that distributes over 150,000 meals a day to the underprivileged, tackles hunger and food wastage at a large scale. Prior to founding Zomato in 2008, Dipinder worked as a management consultant with Bain & Company. And I believe that's where Dipinder conceived the idea of an online restaurant information service. So Dipinder, my first question to you is, can you tell us about the idea of Zomato? What came to your mind when that led to the creation of Zomato? And where do you think, or how do you think that's changed today?
Yeah, so in 2005, when I got out of IIT Delhi, I was very sure that I wanted to do a startup. And the IT services was the default thing to do if you were going to do a startup. So I started making websites for restaurants, which I could sell the concept to, right? So, and I used to charge 10,000 per website to all these restaurants, thinking that this is a startup. I got sick of making a lot of these websites, and I thought, yeah, I should make one website for all of them. Mm-hmm. So aggregator, one night. And then I sort of complicated the whole thing, and also started putting the food ordering service into it. Created widgets so that Windows desktops should have those Microsoft Clipart kind of widgets where new orders would pop up for restaurants. I did all of those things, and it didn't work yet. 2005 was way too early for a food ordering service, right? So people didn't even order too much. And even right now, we are struggling with people need to order more. So, 2005 was way too early for that. And then I quit that, then I shut that down, and then I joined Bain. And in 2008 at Bain, we were a lot of bachelors. There was a young crowd, and all of us used to order for lunch as well as dinner. We used to work very hard and have fun on the way, along the way. And we used to order lunch as well as dinner. So there used to be a stack of menu cards lying in the cafeteria, and that stack of menu cards was actually tied to the desk. You can't take it to your own desk so that nobody would be able to order food. So there was actually usually a queue of people during lunch and dinner to order food. So mobiles also, and you used to use the landline to order food as well. So that's what happened. And at that point, I was like, yeah, if people are going to order this or use these scanned menu cards, these menu cards, the stack of menu cards, I should just scan them and put them online. And I used my own intranet portal at Bain to put up scanned menus, and I used to get a lot of traffic on that internet site. So, and I said, this is a cool concept compared to what I used 4 years ago, 3 years ago. And this is what people can use for ordering food rather than me creating that whole digital menus and people putting items to cart and checking out and stuff. That's not useful. And scanned menu cards worked really, really well. It was a simple enough concept for that time. And people used to order over the phone. We started making advertising money, something, I mean, more than what we could have ever made out of online food ordering back then. And so it took off beyond that.
Absolutely. No, and I think from then to now, it's come a long way, right? So truly inspiring to know, how it kind of started, how you had to, well, in a way, downsize it or downscale it to suit what consumers wanted at that point in time. But sitting here today in 2021, there are so many big and small platforms that work on the food delivery segment, right? So what makes Zomato different? What is your point of differentiation, point of uniqueness, and what helps you grow faster than the rest?
The point of differentiation still comes from the root of Zomato over the first 5 years of our life, right? Which is the reviews and ratings and the whole user generated content that we have on the platform. And outside of that, I think we are good at product as well as brand. So I think all of these combined give us the edge over everybody else.
Fair, absolutely. And talking of brand, Zomato is recognized as a brand that is loved and trusted by most consumers that use it, right? So tell us how you have built this brand brick by brick, and what are the steps that you take to protect the brand?
We don't have a large branding marketing team. If you really look inside, there will be almost like less than 10 people in our entire branding marketing team. So we don't do much work there. I think what we really do is be honest every time there's a moment of crisis, every time we are saying something. I think being honest and saying the truth helps you build trust, compound trust, and sort of gain from the trust that you've built over time as well. So that's what we did over the last few years.
Absolutely. And Dipinder, if I could just probe a little further, could you give us any recent example, of a situation where you did exactly what you just said?
There are hundreds of those things there. There is not even one, right? I mean, even during COVID, we had to build trust ki surface transmission nahi hoti hai. You could order food. And I actually went out and shot a TV ad. I started in a TV ad, right? And I was like, guys, I order food every day. I have kids as well, and so on and so on. And I think that was okay. That did well, and that actually instilled a lot of confidence. And I'm not a TV kind of a person. Even doing this is super hard for me. It makes me nervous getting on stage and talking. So, and then I did a TV ad, and I actually stammered quite a lot as well. And I stammered on the TV ad. I just did one shoot and said, "Ye jaayegi live." Matlab, this is trustworthy as well. This looks real. All these things compound here. I think a lot of companies try to put out a very polished version of themselves, right? And we've never done that. We've never tried to put a polished version of themselves, of like ourselves. We've actually put out a very real version of ourselves out there, which helps build trust.
Absolutely. And I think this real version is really what I think consumers also end up connecting with, because they themselves see it as a reflection of them in a way, right? So absolutely. So shifting gears to getting to know a little bit more about you pre-Zomato, right? You're from Punjab, right? From Muksar, right? And so can you tell us a little bit about your heritage, your roots? What are the inspirations or stories from your childhood that you still look back on, and lessons that you learned then that you apply today in your business?
I don't index too much on the past, to be very honest.
Sure.
I have this thing ki whatever happened in the past is a memory, maybe, right? So I let it go very, very fast. Helps me move on from bad things happened to me in the past. But the downside of it is that I also don't really index too much on the good things that have happened to me in the past. I'm a very, very present and future person.
Sure. Absolutely. Absolutely fair. But if I can again probe a little further, so don't index too much on the past. It's great. What's happened has happened, but there's a lot more to look forward to. Is a great motto. But when you look at your highs and lows through this journey of entrepreneurship, startup, etc., what do you think have been some of your key learnings, right?
One of the key learnings in highs and lows is that both of them are actually temporary at best. So uh, the lows last longer than the highs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, and if you are actually going through your lows, only you will come to your rescue to make it a high. If you are actually on a high, other people will come and want to make it a low for you. So
Fair.
that's why lows last longer than highs,
Longer.
and
Absolutely.
this is pretty much up to you. The world doesn't owe you that.
Absolutely. Dipinder, you also graduated from IIT, right, with an integrated master's in math and computing, right? I think this was in 2005, if I'm not mistaken. When you look at students today at IIT, students today at other institutions across the country and the world, what would be your advice slash piece of knowledge that you would like to impart to them in a way that you think will help them either think differently or be the best of themselves?
Nowadays, the kind of startups people out of college are doing, they don't need any piece of advice from any of us, to be very honest. They're very cool kids, and they are going to be our biggest problem in terms of running our business 5 years down the line. So I think we need advice from them rather than them needing anything from us. So I think we actually gave ourselves too much credit. They need anything from us, they don't. They're doing cooler startups. They're actually running it better than what we've ever done. So something to look forward to and learn from them rather than the other way around here.
Absolutely. So moving back and shifting back gears into the business side, right? So at a time when most startups were choosing to list overseas, you chose to list in India. And Zomato's listing has possibly been the most highly valued listing in the startup space. So why do you take the decision of listing in India? Two, how difficult or easy was it to be the first startup to go through that regulatory process at such a large scale? And three, how are you looking at the business now post listing?
So decision to list in India was a carefully thought through one, right? And what we discovered was that, can you guys hear me? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So decision to list in India was a very thought through one. We looked at pros and cons of listing in the US, back listing, India listing, blah blah blah, sab kuch, right? And we couldn't really come to an answer. It was all pros and cons were all weighed out against each other perfectly well. And what finally tipped the scale in favor of India was our customers will be able to own a part of our growth. That was it, right? That was the only one factor which swayed the call. Care India mein karte hain list. There was nothing else. Everything else was perfectly balanced out. And we said, good, let's just go back to our customers, and maybe since we have the right kind of brand and enough love, we'll get rightly valued here as well, or get better value here. And we're proud of the call we took. So that happened. So that was that. What was the second part of the question, Shasu?
The second part was really, how difficult or easy was it to be the first startup to go through this entire massive regulatory process that's there, which comes with IPOs, right?
Difficult or easy, I don't know. I think it took us more time than what it is taking startups nowadays to do, because we had to work with SEBI to explain to them that these are how our businesses work compared to typical businesses which have gone through this route earlier. So these are the things that need to change. And SEBI was very nice and understanding. And there was a lot of healthy dialogue, right, which helped us solve a few things. and sort of lay down the railroads for everybody else who was like going to follow. So it took us 12 months. Everybody else, it's taking in three months. It's not about difficult or easy. I mean, you have to do what you like have to do, but yeah, it's just about time. So,
Okay,
and
fair.
post IPO life, it's a different kind of winter. I mean, even like private companies are always wintry OTA, right? Something is always going wrong. Next fundraise, this that. This is actually a different kind of winter. So adjustment. I mean, there's a different kind of adjustment and learning here. We will figure it out. That's about it. Nothing is easy. Private, public, it's all hard, right? So building is hard anyway. This is a
Fair.
different version of it. It's okay.
Fair. And how are things, or how have things changed for Zomato post listing, if at all?
I think there's only one thing that has changed. Earlier, people used to ask us for monthly trends. Now people ask us for quarterly trends. So it is we have slightly more room to breathe now than we used to have earlier. That's about it.
Absolutely, absolutely, fair. In fact, I read that earlier. I think you said the same thing in an interview yesterday as well. Absolutely. So another question that I had for you really is, diversification at some point becomes an important part for businesses to grow, right? So can you talk more about the diversification that you all have done, say, into grocery through the acquisition of Grofers? And is that core to portfolio, or is that just one of the many?
So we only own about 9-10% of Grofers. It's not an acquisition, right? So diversification for us, I think the post IPO, the benchmarks of what we should do if we do something new changed. Earlier, I mean, before all the growth that we got last year, we were valued between 3 to 5 billion, depending on which month you are talking about. So doing a new business which is adding $1 to $3 billion to market cap over the next 3-5 years made sense. With all the growth that we have seen over the last year and the current value, we have to be able to create more value for anything new that we create, right? So the bar has been raised on us. So I think that's just about it. Yeah, we are more conscious about what to pick and do, and investments is sort of a way for us to try out a few things, learn from each other, collaborate with each other. Maybe some of these investments that we make will lead to an M&A of some sort, but we want to not. One of my biggest conversation points with some of the large corporates in India has been that whenever you work with startups, don't go with the mindset of owning them. Go with the mindset of partnering with them. And in case at the end of the day, due to some kind of chemistry, you are able to own and partner, that's actually a good outcome. But don't just lock yourself into wanting that outcome. So we're trying to lead that kind of a narrative and say, here we are going to invest 10, 20, 30%. And then it is up to you guys, you founders, whether you want to work with us and merge with us at a 3-5 year down the line point or not. So that's what we're doing. And we're hoping that the trust and the chemistry plays out well for everybody. I think that's the only way to do things well.
Absolutely. Grow and grow together. Absolutely. So Dipinder, tell me, when you work with say, startups like these in some kind of a partnership, right? Is it what is the role that you or say Zomato plays in the interactions with them? Is it more similar to like a strategic minority investor? Is it more similar to how, say, a PE or a VC fund would have done or would have viewed or reviewed them, or is it just purely financial in nature?
It's more of a friendly relationship. Yeah, let's try to learn from each other, kind of a setup, and what all can we learn from you? What can we? I'd say vice versa. I think the sharing is both ways, and financially, of course, we own some percentage. We don't have any special rights. We don't ask for any special rights as well. So we say we want to be at par with everybody else, and let's just talk to each other and continue helping each other grow. That's the relationship. I mean, most founders and I would hang out, catch up once a week, talk about various things that I would talk about various things that I'm actually struggling with. Those guys would talk about what they're struggling with, and we would gain from each other. That's how we are doing this. I don't know whether next week we'll actually continue doing the same thing, but
Sure.
this is what we're doing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so, Dipinder, today, as the consumer market unfolds in India, consumerism is at an all-time high, right? And consumers are becoming more demanding. And this is something that I always believe is a chicken and egg, right? How much of it is consumers are becoming more demanding, and how much of it is that we as consumer companies are creating a sense of urgency or a need of urgency which actually may not exist, but it just helps further our marketing, right? So whether it is a 15-minute grocery delivery or a 30-minute food delivery, right? So what's your take on that? What do you genuinely believe?
I think there is a mix of both things at the end of the day. Right? The 15-minute grocery is too late as well. I think it should be 10-minute grocery for the most part. So, and you see, grocery is not something that these companies do. Grocery is something which these companies have been tagged with.
Yeah.
They're actually 10-minute e-commerce companies. They're not 10-minute grocery companies at all. They do all kinds of things: Dettol, first aid kits, condoms, like early morning milk. They're all things that you need 10 minutes. Sometimes 10 minutes is too long for these things. Right? So you need to have a 10-minute service. It's like an instant kirana shop service where you don't want to step out of home. So there are almost 600 items which people need instantly, and these companies do 1,500 items just to complete baskets. So 10-minute grocery is a genuine need. Extending that 600 to a 1,500 item is sort of pushing it. That is where marketing comes in. So that's what I said. It's a mixed bag. It's a mix of both things.
Fair, absolutely. So competition is only increasing, right? And I think with the pandemic, many more smaller players have come up, larger players are expanding, etc. So could you tell us some of the key challenges you faced through this pandemic, and how that may have changed or impacted your business model?
So competition is going up as it should. I mean, I think life is more fun with everybody on your toes. I think the biggest learning for us has been don't look at it. Don't uh, worry too much about competition at all. Do your own thing, because what is going to make you win is not the same as doing something slightly better than what the other person is doing, right? Because that person can also next week iterate to becoming the same better as you are right now. You are only going to win if you do things differently than anybody else, things which other people don't even understand why are you doing what you're doing. Only then you win in like such a market. And looking for those things is not easy at all. I mean, it takes a lot of time, effort, focus, and and we call this customer first insights is what we call it. Yeah, customer first insight de do koi something which the other guy doesn't have. And I mean, we get some cool such insight like once every 3 months. Like that's the pace at which we get something new and cool, and even that changes the shape and form of the business. And the idea is now, how do you accelerate this learning and understanding the customer even more, right? And if you can do that better than the other guy, then you can do a lot of like under the hood changes, which make your product and service better for the audience than anybody else's.
Absolutely. And how much of that is tech led versus consumer first, or is it all consumer first?
It's all consumer first, all of it. However, I would say 90% of those things are actually powered by tech. 10% of those things would come out to marketing ideas, which can again be copied, and sometimes people get it right. But tech is something which is not visible at the surface most of the time. It's actually under the hood. So a lot of these changes are they can only be powered by tech, because the scale of these changes is very, very personalized to every customer that you're serving. It's not a one size fits all answer, mostly.
Fair, fair. So, another question, pertaining more, because the audience is, a lot of it is young leaders, a lot of it is, entrepreneurs, etc. Is, one of the key issues that happens is in the space of recruiting and HR, right? So what is it that you look for in senior members of the leadership?
Egos should be zero. Um, they should not be proud of their past, because if they're proud of their past, they will actually be stuck in their past. Ability to learn should be very, very high. Adapt, all of those things there. I think it's more of the personality type of person that we look for, rather than CVs and where all have you worked, blah, blah, blah. None of those things matter to us. It's more about chemistry than math. So, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I think chemistry, attitude, all of that goes much longer way. Absolutely. So I see we're almost at time. So last couple of questions to you, Dipinder. ESG is becoming more and more important now, and beyond it just being important from an investor perspective, it's also something that most of us at the core believe is important for us to do, right? So could you talk about one or two of the ESG initiatives that you at Zomato do?
Absolutely. I will actually firstly tell you a funny story about ESG as a keyword. So we were in our IPO process, and we were pitching to somebody, and that investor said, and this is large, like almost $2 trillion fund. So he said, guys, you guys are the only company in India which ranks very high on ES and G. But what does ES and G mean? We don't know ESG at all. So we had no idea that there was such a thing, and we need to index on that. Otherwise, Dear HP में लिखा होता हमने कि हम ये सब कर रहे हैं, right? So we had no mention of any of these things. People had dug out their own info to score us on ESG. But I think the DNA of the organization has been built like that very, very early on. We are very much indexed to the purpose of what we're doing, why we're doing. It is not about building size, commercial impact. People here don't talk about money as much. I've almost not had a salary conversation with anybody over the last 4-5 years, I would say. People have paid well. It's a generally happy place with people focused on purpose, serving customers well. And Feeding India is a big part of our organization. Even right now, Diwali Pay, 2nd November, all of us, 5,000 people, are going out to a food distribution drive. So Diwali Pay, it's not about accepting gifts. We make it about the topic of giving out to the society. So ये सब करते रहते हैं, and Feeding India is a big deal for us. We focus quite a lot. A lot of our people work on feeding India as well. We've done 250 million meals so far, and we do 1.5 lakh meals a day. Even oxygen concentrators ke time were the first to act and got 10,000 oxygen concentrators to India, where there was nobody yet. This was early May. So, and hopefully we saved millions of lives there. So that, I think all of that makes our own team proud of us. So it's a very, very do great work, helps you build culture. That culture that you build helps build a bigger organization. That bigger organization is actually able to do more, right? And then it helps. It's a flywheel there. I think business as well as doing well for society, giving, they go hand in hand. They actually compound on top of each other really, really well. So,
absolutely, absolutely. And my last question to you, Dipinder, is: so what's your mantra?
Mantra is that today is the only day I've got. So let me do my best today, and kal ki bhi dekhi jayegi, and I don't care about the past. That's
absolutely. Super. Thank you so much, Dipinder. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been super informative, great learning, very inspirational. Thanks so much once again for being with us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashwath and Vitinder.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Thank you for an enriching session, sir. Your valuable insights have left a remarkable impression on all of us.
जब मान्या वो कर रही थी ना
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the next session of the day, that is, Life is a Sport, Make It Count. We have eminent speakers on the panel today, which is to be moderated by Mr. Vikrant Gupta, Managing Editor Sports, India Today Group, Aaj Tak, and India Today. We would now like to invite Mr. Gupta to take the session forward. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, and many thanks, and good afternoon to everybody. In fact, it's a privilege to be among a panel which has got eminent sports people. We've got Pulela Gopichan, of course, everybody knows about him, All England champion, and somebody who's produced badminton champions for India. I would also introduce Mirabai Chanu, for a nation which never won a Olympic medal from 1980 till about 1996. Mirabai Chanu's done India proud. Welcome to both of them. We've got Garima Avtar. Now, Garima is a rallyist, and she does extreme car riding, which, to my mind, must be very, very difficult. So we'll also ask Garima about her journey. We've got Bhavina, and Bhavina, first of all, congratulations to you. You've been recommended for the Arjuna Award. You also won a medal at the Paralympics. You also got Harsh Jain, somebody who's been disruptive in the sense that he's defined and redefined the Indian sports industry by being there. Dream 11, of course, is the most popular fantasy app platform in India, could be in the world also. And if I can introduce one by one all the panelists, that'll be my privilege. Well, do we have Pulela on the screen?
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Gopi. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
And Mirabai ji, aap hain?
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Garima, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Vikrant.
How are you?
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for having me over here.
Bhavina, aap hain wahan pe?
Yes, namaste sir.
नमस्ते, बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद आपको. एक तो मेडल की और अर्जुन अवार्ड भी सुना है कि आपका नाम रेकमेंड हुआ है.
Yes sir. Thank you so much sir.
चलिए, but I think we should start with Harsh, because Harsh is also a founder, CEO of Dream 11. And Harsh, if we could have some thoughts from you, the brain behind Dream 11, what has it done to the Indian sports culture?
Sure. So first of all, thank you for having me here. I'm honored to be here, and quite humbled actually. With all these sports champions and real life sports, from coaching to playing themselves and winning medals for the India. It is people like you that inspire us, and it's a very proud moment. And what we do is very small compared to you, of course. What we do is we just try to make more Indians follow these sports more and engage more with you. So we're just here to be your cheerleaders. Just a little bit on Dream 11, if you'd like to, I'll take like maybe 5-10 minutes to talk about the journey as you asked, and where we've gone and what we've done. So I think we started in 2008. So it's been a while. It's been about 13 years. And the premise was about solving this problem for Indian sports fans, right? From maybe for the last like 30-40 years, sports engagement has been pretty constant, whether it be on radio or TV, right? And that's about it. And maybe then it moved to online a little bit, but it was basically a passive sports experience. Fantasy sports gave everyone the opportunity to engage deeply with the sport and actually become a participant. Make yourself feel like an IPL team owner, that I've also created my team. And I will have that pride when they win, when they do well, and I will be able to, आप कहीं भी India में जाइए, from your taxi driver to your boss, to anyone you ask, right? Everyone has an opinion. कि नहीं, वो रोहित को ओपनिंग करना चाहिए या विराट को ओपनिंग करना चाहिए या who should go one down या शामी को फर्स्ट ओवर में डालना चाहिए नहीं, like everyone has an opinion. Fantasy sports gives you that ability to create a team and engage with the match in that deeper level, to play against your friends and family, and then it gives you the right to say I told you so, right? Not just by saying but actually choosing those players. So that was a problem we were solving, and I think in the last 4-5 years it scaled up really well. We are now at about 120 million people on Dream 11, which is about 12 crore
120
people.
million.
Gee, sir. So it's been humbling to see how India's taken up to fantasy sports, which is originally a Western concept, but we are proud to say that we made this in India, and now we are the largest fantasy sports market on the planet. Right? We've beaten America at its own game, and the Indian market is now the world's largest fantasy sports industry. And so I think, but what we're truly trying to do, we've evolved from Dream 11 to being a much larger Dream Sports company, because I think what I'd like to talk about is the fundamental, the caption of today's life is a sport, make it count, right? And that's the way we want to try to live, right? I think sports teaches you the kind of life lessons that very few other things can teach you. When you play sports, you essentially understand that you need to work hard. There's nothing that replaces hard work, right? Whether you are the most gifted athlete, but you need to work really hard and put that time in. Secondly, it's all about playing in a team. If you don't have good team chemistry, you put all the best athletes in the world together in a team and they won't win. But even if you have good athletes, but great team chemistry, they can beat any team in the world, right? All these things are very important from a business point of view, I think, right? It actually teaches us how to run our teams. So like even in Dream 11, our teams are not called, divisions, etc. We call them leagues and squads and clubs. We don't say managers, we say captains. You have a captain and a vice captain, right? So, you have to imbibe this sports culture in everything you do. And that's something that we've seen great success from in terms of sports also teaches us that no matter how good you are, you have to cope with losing. And you have to be able to lose and lose gracefully and learn and come back and fight again another day. And so there's so many lessons that we've gotten from sports that we try to imbibe it into our culture. And then grow our entire narrative from Dream 11 to Dream Sports, where in India, again, the problem we're trying to solve is essentially that if you look at the Indian sports market, forever, it's been about cricket. And even in cricket, it's not been about Ranji and Syed Mushtaq Ali and all the other tournaments. It's been about the Indian national cricket team. So BCCI matches, ICC matches where India's playing, and now IPL take up essentially all the focus of Indian sports is there. They are best in class worldwide in terms of sponsorship rights. As you can see, the team, the amount that teams are now going for, players getting paid, league rights, all of it is now best in class in the world. But now, Gopi's done a great job of bringing badminton to the spotlight in the last 5 years. And all these other athletes now with Olympics, with all the medals you're winning, we need a country of 1 billion sports fans to be more diverse than just cricket. And even in cricket to have more depth than just your top 100 matches of the year. And we believe that fantasy sports is one way where users start engaging with sports outside of cricket. And because they're making their team, they start watching those matches more. So 60% of our users have said they have a huge amount of sports viewership on non-cricket matches now because of fantasy sports. And then what we're trying to do as a company is, apart from fantasy, if you look at any mature market in the West, sports market like UK or USA or even Australia, you see that they have sports content, sports commerce, memorabilia, merchandising, IoT, AR, VR. There's so many different aspects to sports and sports games, which today in India, it's basically broadcasting. That is the only thing that really, really works in sports. And we are here to help build the rest of sports out in a personalized way, because I don't think there's very few things on this planet are more personal and more loyal than a sports fan. I am a die-hard Indian cricket team fan, Mumbai Indians fan, and Manchester United fan. So that last Sunday was not a great day for me, but personally,
it wasn't for anybody else also.
Yeah, Manchester United,
not for us also,
and in the Indian cricket team. But that's what sports is about. It's about bouncing back, right, and coming back stronger. But I think this is the problem we're trying to solve: a personalized approach to 1 billion sports fans, with more diversity in sports, more breadth in cricket, and many more avenues apart from just sports broadcasting to engage the sports fan.
And I'm sure you must be aware, Harsh, there's been a remarkable change. In the office, when we enter, guard will also ask, "Bhaiya, aaj kaptan kisko banana hai?" And then your boss will say, "Aaj maine yaar isko kaptan bana, iski batting nahi aayi." Things like these, the landscape has actually changed. Harsh, other than cricket, do you think the fantasy awareness in India will also grow beyond cricket?
Yes, absolutely.
Has it grown?
That, yeah, on Dream 11 itself, when we talk about how we've seen that we used to have 99% of our, engagement coming from cricket. Today, it's come down to 80%.
Okay.
While cricket on a platform in absolute numbers has grown, 50x in the last 5 years, but as a percentage, the other sports are growing far more.
The pie is getting bigger.
That's right, and everything is getting leagued, right? So the Indian Super League, the Pro Kabaddi League, the Badminton League. So everything is creating. There are leagues being created. There are teams. There are local tournaments. This whole format is being created where people actually have a great, high-quality broadcast experience where they can engage and they can support those sports. I think that's made the biggest difference in the world.
Yes, and indeed, Harsh, India, which till now was a cricket country, and I think also in the last 8-10 years, because of the performances of India and the Indian sports people in the Olympics, actually grown beyond cricket. And I'd welcome Pulela Gopichand. Gopi, of course, everybody knows about your journey. All England champion, top class badminton player. But I believe the most difficult thing for any sports person is to leave the sport. After leaving the sport, you became a coach also, and you're also trying to live your dream through somebody else's eyes. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, it was great to hear Harsh's journey and his passion for sport. I think it's really wonderful. For me, badminton was only a chance. I just took it more because I was breaking some window panes, and then mom asked me to go to the stadium so that he doesn't get us into trouble. So from there, the journey almost took a turn when engineering didn't look as an option and sport was the option. And we continued to play. When I finished my sport, I had kind of multiple injuries. I had an ACL tear when I was about 20, then at 24, 26, I had 3 surgeries before I won the All England. So in my entire journey between when Prakash sir had won in 80 to 2001 when I won, Indians badminton had actually gone much lower, and we never thought that we could emulate what Prakash sir had ever achieved. So for me, that entire thing was a great journey of learning from various coaches. I was traveling to different parts of the world. The top nations of the world denied entry for somebody like me to come and train with them because Prakash sir had gone there and beaten them. That was Indonesia. But even countries like in Europe, like Denmark, never allowed me to come and train. So for me, when I won the All England, it almost felt that I had this great formula, which I kind of figured out through a lot of trial and error and a lot of learnings, which I could use on myself. But unfortunately, I didn't have a body to use it. And I needed to find other bodies to use the formula, which I thought would be successful. And that is how the burning desire of having this formula and not being able to use it was what was instrumental in me finding other kids who could do it, because I could see that we could crack the world stage, and I knew what was needed, but I just didn't have the body myself. So I had to get into coaching. So it was almost like I felt that this is possible. I could see it very evident in my eyes that we can produce champions, and all we needed was a kind of a setup. And that's how I got into coaching.
When Gopi, champion, it's a very relevant term. To produce a champion is a very relevant term, but to produce Olympic medalists, I think that is what India was always wanting you to do. 3 medals in badminton, Saina, Sindhu, you trained them. Can you explain what all went into the training of these 2 champions?
Well, it is the initial years, right? So 2003-4, when nobody thought of badminton as a real sport which can churn medals. So I remember people in corporates where I would go to for sponsorship tell me that India doesn't have the eyeballs, or badminton doesn't have the eyeballs to be a world sport, and Indians can't be champions in it. So that's the kind of mentality. And although prior to me, there was Prakash sir and probably people like Dinesh Khanna and say Nandu Natekar and Suresh Goyals of the world, who were very good badminton players, we didn't have much depth in the women's side to actually produce that. So the typical mindset was Indian girls are not strong enough. So we needed to break that barrier. So it was great that I got these athletes who were there, who were willing to listen to what I was saying, because as an All England champion, when I was saying it, they were kind of believing in me blindly. So that is what was there. So it was kind of a cocoon where the outside world didn't even know what we were doing. So it was dedicated focus on ensuring that each single session they were training was 100% quality, and whatever mistakes we learned from, they were ironed out quickly, and the trust which the kids had in me and the faith in it which I had in them actually made the biggest difference.
And now your daughter plays, Gopi, again, are you as strict with her as you've been with others, or stricter?
Now, I don't get into that, her training as much. I'm lucky that she is dedicated in that sense by herself. But now there is an ecosystem around where kids go in and they see champions around and they believe that this is the kind of mindset and this is the kind of body language and this is the kind of training and environment or detailing which or the process needs to be like that. So they're a lot more in tune because the culture of the place is sounding excellence and it's all around there. So there's no need to push as much there because everybody around is focused on what they're doing. So Indian athletes have come, Indian athletes in general, Indian badminton players have come in where earlier we used to go and say that if there's a guy from China or Malaysia or Indonesia, we're surely going to lose, to a point where Indians do believe that when we go abroad and play, we have a chance against anybody else in the world. So that mindset shift has happened. So my work from then to today is a lot different.
And it's not just badminton or cricket, Gopi, it's everywhere. It's elsewhere also. 1980, India won a gold medal at the Olympics, 84, 88, 92, not even a single medal. And then 96, 2000, 2004, 1 medal each. Beijing, we won 3, 6 in London. Rio wasn't so good, but 7 now. How do you look at the performance of the Indian sports people? People like Mirabai, Chanu, Bhavina, who are with us. How do you look at them?
I think it's been phenomenal. To just put things in perspective, when I went to the Olympics in 2000 and to events in 96, 98, it would be fair to say that 90% of us went to be part of the team. We were happy to take pictures and we were seeing the place and we were just there to enjoy the atmosphere. And everybody wanted to go for the inaugural, to the closing, and we wanted to stay there. And although we might have lost more medals, or we might not have won medals in Rio, the feeling was that every 90% of them who went there wanted to perform to the best of their ability and win a medal. So there has definitely been a significant shift in the mindset of the younger athlete. I think the youth of today are very different from what they were 20 years ago. And when they lost, nobody wanted to stay there in Rio. We didn't have enough people to actually fill up places for the closing because everybody was disappointed. So that disappointment, that will to push and not be happy if they have not won a medal, I think that is what this generation has done. And whether it's Deepa or whether it's our Mirabai, I think they have actually are path breakers in that sense for sport. Those sports have taken up, sport culture in our country has come up, and I think storytelling and idolizing sports persons, and that is also a very, very important factor, because I was hugely motivated by Karnam Malleshwari's medal in 2000. And I do believe that the felicitations, the rewards, the awards, the stories of them to be told in a way which motivates younger kids to come out is very, very critical. So whether it's car racing or whether it's swimming or whether it's fencing, I think these are different sports, whether it's para sport. I think we need to tell these stories more and celebrate these victories more and more.
Thanks, मीरा. कैसा लगता है आपको? गोपीचंद जी जिस तरह से तारीफ कर रहे हैं, और रियो की अगर आप बात करें, मुझे याद है 2016 रियो में आप फेल हुई थी, और उस फेलियर को सक्सेस में तब्दील करने की जर्नी के बारे में बताएं।
रियो ओलंपिक मेरा सबसे पहला ओलंपिक थे, तो काफी मैंने मेहनत की थी उसमें भी। जब मैंने ओलंपिक के लिए जो मैंने ट्रायल्स दिया था, तो उसमें जो मैंने लिफ्ट किया, टोटल किया था, तो वो सेम मैंने रियो में ही रिपीट किया हो, तो मेरा भी सिल्वर मेडल थी। पर
I think we've lost Meera for a while, and till she comes back, भविना आपके पास आता हूं पहले। पैरालंपियंस, ये एक लफ्ज ऐसा है कि लोगों को समझाना पड़ता है कि पैरालंपियंस क्या होते हैं, पैरालंपिक्स क्या होता है। लेकिन आज जैसे गोपी ने कहा, जैसे हर्ष ने कहा, इंडियन स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम में उसको रिकॉग्नाइज किया जाता है, एट पार गिना जाता है। पहले तो आप अपनी जर्नी के बारे में बताएं।
सबको नमस्ते। मैं मेरी जर्नी के बारे में बताऊं तो बहुत ही मुश्किल वाली जर्नी रही है। बहुत सारे ऐसे मतलब प्रॉब्लम्स को मुझे फेस करना पड़ा है, क्योंकि मैं एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से बिलोंग करती हूँ। तो सबसे ज्यादा मेरे लिए फाइनेंशियली प्रॉब्लम सबसे बड़ी थी। तो एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली को स्पोर्ट्स में आना और यहाँ तक पहुँचना एक चुनौती भरा मतलब रास्ता था। लेकिन हमेशा से मैंने एक ही चीज को समझा है और जाना है कि जब भी प्रॉब्लम्स आते हैं तो हमें वो कुछ सिखा के जाते हैं। तो वो जो एक्सपीरियंस रहे हैं उसकी वजह से आज मैं यहाँ तक पहुँचने की हिम्मत कर पाई हूँ, और का सपोर्ट है जिसकी वजह से यहाँ तक पहुँचना मेरे लिए आसान हुआ है।
क्योंकि पैरालंपिक्स से पहले मेन ओलंपिक्स हुए थे भाविना, और बिकॉज इंडिया ने अच्छा किया था, 7 मेडल जीते थे। पैरालंपिक टीम से भी बहुत ज्यादा मेडल्स आप एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहे थे, लेकिन इस बार तो वो कहते हैं ना कि मतलब ऑप्टिमम जो होता है उस तरह के मेडल्स आए हैं इंडिया के।
यस सर, क्योंकि इस बार ऐसा हुआ है जो इतने सालों में कभी नहीं हुआ था, क्योंकि जो गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट मिलना जो शुरू हुआ है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो अभी पैरा स्पोर्ट्स के लिए जो काम कर रहे हैं, हमारे पीएम सर जो है वो इतना इंटरेस्ट ले रहे हैं सबको जाने से पहले, जाके आने के बाद उनको मैच कॉल करके बात करना, इस तरह जो हौसला जाहिर किया जाता है सब एथलेट्स का, उसकी वजह से ये सारे बदलाव आना शुरू हुआ है। पहले ये था कि एथलेट्स को ही सारी चीजें देखनी पड़ती थी, मतलब छोटी से छोटी चीज को लेके बड़ी से बड़ी चीज को एथलेट्स को ही देखना पड़ता था। लेकिन अभी ये है या कोई एक ही चीज करना है, गेम पर फोकस करना रहता है।
अपने इवेंट के बारे में बताएं भविना, जब आप टोक्यो गई और ये क्योंकि कोविड के बाद ये ओलंपिक्स हुआ है, आपका अपना इवेंट की आपकी तैयारी कैसी थी, आपका वहां पर परफॉर्मेंस कैसी थी? भविना, आप सुन पा रही हैं? भविना, आप अपनी तैयारी टोक्यो में और परफॉर्मेंस इवेंट उसके बारे में कुछ बताइए ना।
तैयारी सर बहुत मुश्किल वाली थी कि ये था कि पेंडेमिक की वजह से प्रॉब्लम्स ये हो गए कि सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन वो सब बंद हो गए थे। तो अभी ये हो गया था कि मुझे घर पे ही अरेंज करना पड़ रहा था। तो घर में जो मेरा बेडरूम है उसमें ही मैंने टेबल रख दिया है और अभी भी मतलब वहीं पर ही ट्रेनिंग कर रही हूँ। मतलब बहुत सारे वो सैक्रिफाइसेस रहे हैं कि छोटे से रूम में मतलब जगह नहीं मिलने के वजह से मतलब मूवमेंट इतना नहीं हो पाता था। बहुत सारे मतलब ये चक्कर हो गए थे कि मतलब इक्विपमेंट्स इतने नहीं थे, क्योंकि जब तक मैंने क्वालिफाई नहीं किया तब तक मुझे कोई सपोर्ट भी नहीं मिल रहा था। जब सपोर्ट मिलना शुरू हुआ तब तक मैं क्वालिफाई कर दिया था मैंने। तो क्वालिफाई हो जाने के बाद मुझे टॉप्स में भी लिया गया, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से भी सपोर्ट मिला। तो ट्रेनिंग का मतलब बहुत मुश्किल वाला हुआ था, लेकिन एक करना है करना है वो एक चाह थी, यहाँ तक पहुंच पाई हूँ। पूरा स्केड्यूल बहुत ही टाइट रहता था, मॉर्निंग 4 बजे से मेरा स्केड्यूल स्टार्ट हो जाता था और सारा ही ट्रेनिंग मेरे जो एक्सपर्ट्स है उनके अंडर में रहता था और दिन का मैं 9 से 10 घंटा मिनिमम ट्रेनिंग करती थी। तो पूरा मुझे एक ही था कि मुझे फोकस करना है और अपना 100% देना है।
और अब जो रिवॉर्ड मिलता है, जो रिकग्निशन मिलती है, जो तारीफें मिलती हैं, आपने अपने परिवार की बात की, परिवार के लिए तो बड़ा मोमेंट होगा ना जब आप प्रेसिडेंट्स हाउस जाएंगे अपना अवार्ड लेने के लिए।
यस सर, डेफिनेटली प्राउड मोमेंट है मेरे लिए कि हर एथलेट ऐसे सोचता है कि अर्जुना अवार्ड मिले उसे और मुझे ये मिलने वाला है। तो सही में मेरे लिए बहुत ही प्राउड वाली मोमेंट है। ये भी मेरा एक सपना था जो मेरे कोच ने मुझे दिखाया था कि एक तो पहले मुझे पैरालंपियन बनना था और उन्होंने हमेशा ही बोला था कि तुम्हें मतलब अर्जुन बनना है। तो ये चीज मेरे दिमाग में, हाँ, वो मेरे कोच ने हमेशा से बोला था कि मतलब उन्होंने जब से मुझे ट्रेनिंग करवाना शुरू किया था तो वो यही बोलते थे कि तुम जिस तरह से करती हो वो लाइक अर्जुन। तो वो हमेशा से यही बोलते थे कि नहीं तुम भी मतलब अर्जुन अवार्ड जीत सकती हो। तो उनकी जो बातें थी वो मुझे हमेशा इंस्पायर करती थी और जिसकी वजह से मतलब मेरे दिमाग में भी यही बैठ गया था कि नहीं मुझे बस करना है। तो बस करती जा रही थी और आज ये हो गया।
चलिए बहुत अच्छा। और मीरा भाई आई थिंक वापस आ गई हैं। मीरा भाई, आप बात कर रही थी रियो की कि रियो में जो डिसअपॉइंटमेंट थी वो क्या थी, कैसे थी, और रियो से टोक्यो की जर्नी के बारे में आप बात कर रही थी।
सबसे पहले तो रियो में काफी मुश्किल रही थी मेरा, पर मैंने जब मेरा कंपटीशन थी उसी दिन, तो मुझे ऐसा मतलब पता नहीं उसी दिन मुझे क्या हुआ था। इधर से तो मैंने मेहनत बहुत ही ज्यादा करके गई थी, ऐसा सोच के मुझे एक मेडल तो जरूर वेट लिफ्टिंग के लिए और इंडिया के लिए मैं जरूर दे सकेगी ऐसा सोच के। पर जब मेरा कंपटीशन स्टार्ट हुई थी तो मुझे पहली बार ऐसा महसूस हुआ था कि नर्वस ज्यादा चले गई थी। ऐसा लगा था कि पहला ओलंपिक है इसकी वजह से, या मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा था। जब मैं लिफ्ट करने गई थी, परफॉर्म में स्टेज में गई थी, तो पूरा नर्वस हो गई थी मैं। तो इसकी वजह से मैं अच्छी तरह से लिफ्ट नहीं उठा पाया, तो मेरा मेडल भी
काफी रोई
मिस
थी आप,
हुआ।
मुझे याद है वो तस्वीर।
हाँ, बहुत रोई थी मैं, बहुत ज्यादा रोई थी रियो की भी रेस में। ऐसा लगता है इतना मेहनत करने के बाद भी मैं क्या किया, ऐसा क्यों फेल हुआ, ऐसा बार बार मन में क्वेश्चन पूछने लगी थी, क्यों ऐसा, क्या कमी रह गई मेरे अंदर में, वो सब बहुत सारे सवाल आए थे। सर ने अच्छी तरीके से मुझे ट्रेनिंग सिखाया था, ट्रेनिंग कराया, वो सब क्यों मैंने फेल किया, ऐसा तो बहुत रोई। और ऐसा साइड से बहुत बैड कमेंट भी बहुत सारे आए थे, तो ऐसा
अच्छा।
लगा था कि नेक्स्ट मैं उसी में से बहुत सारी सीखी हूँ। मैंने रियो में से मैंने काफी क्या क्या मेरे अंदर में कमी है और मैं आगे के लिए क्या क्या करना है, वो सब मैंने सीखी हूँ रियो से। और मैंने उसी में ही रियो की विलेज में ही मैंने प्रॉमिस किया था नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक तो मैं जरूर जीतूंगी तो मैं
हालांकि
वापस
ऐसी
आई।
सिचुएशन में मीरा भाई होता क्या है कि इंसान टूट भी सकता है ना, मतलब एक ऑप्शन होती है छोड़ना, जो कि सबसे आसान होता है। आप छोड़ दो,
हाँ।
आपके लिए बड़ा आसान है। आपने कहा कि मैंने अपने आप को कहा कि नहीं जीतूंगी, जो कि ज्यादा मुश्किल था। अच्छा वो दिखाइए, आपने इयररिंग्स पहने हुए ओलंपिक्स वाले? ये आई थिंक रियो के फेलियर के बाद आपने बनवाए थे ना शायद, 5 रिंग्स
हाँ
वाले।
जी हाँ जी, आज तो शायद मैं नहीं
आज
पहने,
नहीं
मैंने निकाल
पहने।
दिया था तो हाँ, वो भी बहुत ही इसमें मोटिवेशन हुई थी उसमें से।
हर रोज अपने
जो
आप को
मैं
देखना और वो रिंग्स दिखते हैं।
जी, जब फेल होके वापस आई थी मैं इंडिया में, सबसे पहले मैं घर गई थी, तो बहुत मतलब इमोशनल वो ऐसा हो रहा था, ऐसा लगे थी कि मुझे अभी ट्रेनिंग कैसा करना है आगे के लिए, ऐसा बहुत सारी चीज। पर एक दिन मम्मी ने ऐसा आ, बोला था कि आपको आगे जाना है, आपको आगे के लिए तैयारी करना है। तो उसी टाइम में मैंने मम्मी को बोला था, मम्मी मुझे जो ओलंपिक का जो 5 रिंग है उसी को मेरा पास रखना चाहती हूँ, तो क्या कैसे रखूँ, क्या करके रखूँ, ऐसा मैंने मम्मी को बोला था। तो मम्मी बोली चेन बनवा दूंगी आपके लिए, पर मुझे चेन नहीं चाहिए थी क्योंकि मुझे ओलंपिक मेडल लेना था तो मम्मी ने इयररिंग्स बना के दिया, तो वो पहनते रहेगी तो जब आपको मिरर में देखेगी तो अपना आप मोटिवेशन मिलेगी। तो ऐसा मम्मी ने कहा। तो मिरर जब देखते तो वो ही देखते थे, तो उसमें से मुझे हाँ, नेक्स्ट दिन नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक में मैं जरूर मेरी तरफ से मेरी कोशिश करूंगी इंडिया के लिए एक मेडल
मेरा
लाने के
उस
लिए।
दिन जब सिल्वर आपका पक्का हो गया, उसके बाद आप रिकॉर्ड के लिए गई थी,
जी
आपको लग रहा था कि हो जाएगा?
हाँ, बिल्कुल
वो लिफ्ट।
कॉन्फिडेंस में मैं गई थी, पर मेरा थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम्स हुई थी उसी दिन मेरा, तो इसकी वजह से मेरा फेल हो गया था। पर मैं पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस में गई थी क्योंकि मैंने उससे पहले एशियन चैंपियनशिप में वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड कर दिया है, मैंने कर चुकी हूँ। तो मेरा अंदर में पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस थी मेरा, तो मैं सोच के गई थी हाँ जरूर मैं उसको लिफ्ट कर दूंगी रिकॉर्ड कर
जिंदगी
लूंगी
कैसे बदली आपकी, लाइफ कैसे बदली आपकी, और आगे की क्या
आ,
सोचा है?
हाँ, लाइफ पहले से काफी मुझे डिफरेंस भी मिली है, काफी अच्छा भी हुआ है, सभी ने मुझे पहचाना और काफी लोग का प्यार मिला है, आशीर्वाद मिले हैं, तो बहुत अच्छा है और अभी लाइफ इतना चेंज नहीं हुई है, मुझे आगे जाना है, आगे और बहुत सारी कुछ करनी है इंडिया के लिए। तो अभी सबसे पहले तो कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स और एशियन गेम्स है, बहुत पास है, तो हमारा मैं अभी टारगेट कर रही हूँ एशियन गेम्स में। तो एशियन गेम्स में वेट लिफ्टिंग के लिए अभी तक कोई मेडल नहीं दिया है, तो मैं उसी को पूरा फोकस कर रही हूँ एक एशियन गेम्स में मेडल लेने के लिए। तो मैं पूरा कोशिश करूंगी मेरी तरफ से, और फिर 24 पेरिस
मीडिया
ओलंपिक में
परेशान तो नहीं
फिर
कर रहा आजकल? क्योंकि मीडिया इवेंट्स आप की मुझे पता है कि
आ,
तैयारी भी हम लोग डिस्टर्ब करते हैं काफी।
हाँ, बीच बीच में वे भी
डिस्ट्रैक्शंस।
जरूरी है सबके यहाँ तो हाँ, सबको मैं मैनेज कर रही हूँ, कभी फ्री होने की टाइम में, वो भी तो जरूरी है सबके साथ ही रहना
मेरा मैं
तो
एक और जो हमारे पैनलिस्ट हैं, मैं चाहूंगा कि उनसे भी आपका तारुफ कराऊं। भवीना की कहानी डिफरेंट है, मीरा आपकी कहानी डिफरेंट है, गरिमा अवतार है हमारे साथ। और गरिमा के बारे में मैं आप सबको बता दूं कि शी इज क्या कहते हैं, एक्सट्रीम कार रैलीज में ये पार्टिसिपेट करती हैं। गरिमा, आई ड्राइव अ लॉट, मतलब आई लिव इन गुड़गांव, आई कम टू नोएडा एवरी डे, आई गो बैक होम, which has to be a natural case. So I drive a lot. और कहते हैं ना दिल्ली की सड़कों पे जिसने कार चलानी सीख ली उसको तो भाई कोई हरा नहीं सकता. But I would also want to know from you, what is this extreme car rally?
Extreme rallying is quite a daunting sport. Um, these rally cars in an extreme rally, they run on actual public or private roads, and these roads are actually close to traffic. So they rally one at a time, and on courses which are called stages, and in this the fastest wins. The co-drivers, they are there always with us, and they call out the direction notes to the drivers. And what happens? These rallies actually happens on roads that are not perfect, and they kind of present all sorts of challenges.
We'll have to come to Gurgaon to understand what kind of roads we drive on.
Yeah. So there are dips, there are bumps, there are caution areas. So we rally on all kinds of tracks, gravel, tarmac, snow, sand, slush, etc. So yeah, definitely. I
So
think
does this excite you more, Garima, or rallies like Great the Himalaya, for example, or Desert Storm? What excites you more now?
So I think rally has a different, character, different, you require different set of cars, if I'm driving in the Himalayas or there's a storm rally, then I would require maybe an SUV, SUV to drive on that terrain. Whereas when I'm participating in the Indian National Rally Championship, I drive a, rally prepared Volkswagen Polo. It's a 1.6 liter petrol car. So yeah, I mean, so it depends. So actually, every kind of rally format has a different, character and fun. Actually, but I really enjoy the Indian National Rally Championship format where I'm driving the Polo, which is one of my favorite cars to drive on the track.
How did rallying happen? You started a bit late in your 30s.
Oh,
Even
yeah.
though you appear to be in your 20s now, but why so late?
Yeah, I mean, see, I come from a small, sleepy town, Bareilly, and my father taught me driving when I was very, very young. And yeah, I never imagined at that time when my dad was teaching or that motorsports was ever an option, or I could make a career out of it. But yeah, it just happened by chance. I happened to go for a fun women's car rally, and the rally bug bit me there, and there was no looking back after it. Um, I started my journey very late. I was in my 30s actually when I got into rallying, and in fact, my friends did not take me seriously, and out of concern, they advised me against it because motorsports is risky and it is a tough sport. And I initially I was not trained. I was not physically tough, and above all on the the wrong side of the age curve. So they thought I'll get disappointed. But also motorsports is dominated by men, and it required not just physical and mental tenacity and strength, but also a huge financial support. So I had lots of apprehensions and lots of doubts. Nobody from my family or friends were remotely associated with motorsports. But I was very, very determined, and yeah, so age, I think, shouldn't limit what we can do and learn and achieve.
Some experiences, if you could share with us, places where you've been, where the terrain wasn't so good, the roads weren't so good, and was unsafe, so as to say.
Yeah, I mean, so Raid the Himalayas was very, very challenging.
It's the toughest.
It was very, very tough. So at that time, I was, driving for Team Mahindra. I was part of Team Mahindra. I was very lucky to be a part of that team. And yeah, it was such a great experience. I learned so much in that event. The definitely the terrain, and you have to acclimatize yourself as you go
The
higher.
altitude also is a problem. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So, yeah, Raid the Himalayas was one of the most exciting rallies for me. But besides that, as I mentioned, Indian National Rally Championship, the various rounds they happen, like the K1000 rally happens. But I think these Indian National Rally Championship, these rounds are very very fast. So they, in fact, I remember in one of the rounds, I was going at a very, very fast, pace, and there was a corner, it was a gravel track, and my car kind of, I took that corner, and my car kind of turned turtle, and I went off the track, and it turned upside down. So it was, and I was just short of a few meters from the finish line. So, my co-driver and we both got very, troubled that, my co-driver was like, oh God, what to do? So, but, without losing much time, with the help of some passers-by, because, these rallies, they happen on countrysides and all. So though they are closed roads, but there were people, there were some villagers that we saw. With the help of those villagers, we put the car back on track, and we actually finished that round. And in fact, I won in my category in that round. So it was really amazing. So all kind of fun stuff keeps happening on
It's
these.
about dreaming and wanting to live that dream. And in fact, Harsh, credit to you for understanding the pulse of sports people dream, and that's why Dream 11. Well, thank you, Harsh Jain, Kariba Aftar,
Thank
Mirabai
you so
Chanu,
much.
Bhavina Patel, and Pulela Gopichan. Thanks a lot to all of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
A pleasure.
Thank you.
Well, that's it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are live.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the next session of the day that is on the theme From Impact to Recovery. We have eminent speakers on panel today, which is to be moderated by Ms. Sonia Singh, Senior Anchor, Rajya Sabha TV. To take the session forward, we hand it over to our moderator, Ms. Singh. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manya. So now that our viewers are also here and we have our esteemed guest, we have seen the worst, but thankfully the worst is over. And post-COVID, India is looking like that it is set to swift recovery. The economy is recovering. So how are the fintech companies planning to make the most of it? We have to discuss that today, and for that we have our three esteemed guests. I would like to welcome them. We have Adil Shetty, bankbazaar.com. He's the CEO and founder of bankbazaar.com. Harshal Mathur is the CEO and founder of Razorpay. Very welcome to you. And Sasha Mirchandani, who is the MD and founder of K Capital. A very warm welcome to all three of you. Adil, I'd like to start with you. We saw fintech companies coming up after demonetization mainly, but that much required push was basically after COVID. And though it has emerged as one of the fastest growing segments in India, what growth are you looking now and for this year and the next?
Great question, Sonia. I want to just also thank FICCI for organizing this Young Leaders Forum. It's very important that we share ideas as India emerges stronger through the pandemic. So like you said, I think demonetization was an inflection point, but the pandemic has done the same thing. And I'll just give you an example. Before the pandemic started, when you wanted to take a financial product like a credit card or a loan, someone would come to your house, collect documents, do your KYC. Fortunately for us, right, all of that changed and the regulation changed in 2020. So for the very first time, in a very visionary move, the Reserve Bank of India allowed for contactless video KYC based issuance of financial products. So for the very first time, right, we could give you a loan of any size, a credit card, without having to meet you. In the past, right, in 80% of cases, someone had to meet you. Today at Bank Bazaar, 80% of cases, no bank, no paper is picked up from you at all. And that has truly unleashed, right, the power of the mobile phone and technology for contactless. I see this as a significant inflection point, and obviously we'll hear from Sasha and Harshal, but there is an opportunity, right, that we can see unprecedented growth, 100% growth rates over the next 5 years, because of the fact that this has opened up a new market. People who before couldn't be given credit can now be given credit. And it's an incredible opportunity to drive financial inclusion in India.
So exactly what Adil is saying, Harshal, if we just take it forward, how things have become better for a fintech market, the kind of environment. So like Adil was saying, do you think even Startup India and Aadhaar has kind of really acted as a fundamental catalyst for fintech companies because of what he was talking about, Adil, like the the digital infrastructure is what we say, the biometrics for that matter. It is easier now for paperless or those formalities that were being done earlier.
Yeah, no, completely agree with Adil. I think the acceleration that has happened in the fintech ecosystem, while it has happened primarily due to COVID, the foundation for it was laid much years back, right? Like there was a lot of progressive work that happened over the years, including Aadhaar, including changes in KYC policy, including changes on GST and a couple of other things that laid that foundation, right? And because of that, this movement has already started where a lot of businesses are trying to go digital, a lot of financial services were going digital. So that movement was already happening. But what we were expecting to happen in the next 3 to 4 years, organically, COVID just accelerated that trend because suddenly everyone was forced to stay at home. Everyone was forced to learn how to handle financial services digitally. The providers were supposed to learn how to provide the services digitally. And because of that, the ecosystem shifts that happened, which would have happened in the next 4 to 5 years, happened in just 6 to 12 months. And I think that is what we are seeing. So when you say that fintech has grown significantly and we're the fastest growing sector in the last 1 year, we have to remember that that has happened because of a lot of foundational work that was driven by regulators, by industry players, by consumers themselves in understanding and learning and adopting this new behavior over the last couple of years. And COVID just accelerated that trend where everybody was, even people who were late adopters, people who were taking a lot more time to figure this out, were forced to figure this out right now. And I think the changes are permanent, right? Like these changes are, it's not like even in demonetization, we saw some of those changes happen. But then when it went back, people went back to original way of doing things. I think this time changes are much more permanent because it has been very organic. People were already trying to figure out ways to do things this way. And when it happened due to COVID, I don't think anyone is going back to the inefficient ways of the physical selling and things that Adil was talking about ever again soon.
And I feel Sasha would have a broader outlook to this because K Capital is more into providing capital for new companies, if I'm not wrong. Now, Sasha, I would want to ask you, since if we see the last few quarters, there's a sharp rebound in manufacturing and industry, then the resumption of services activity has been really picking up. In fact, even agriculture for that matter, we can see that there's a robust growth. So what do you see now? The more companies coming into fintech, more economic activity happening in terms of financial instruments?
Yeah, without a doubt. As Harshal and Adil said, the groundwork had been laid in the years past. COVID was just an accelerant, and it's like a 5-year accelerant. Secondly, I also agree with Harshal that this is not a one-time situation. It's a permanent change in behavior. And like Adil said, I don't think they want to go out and physically do the stuff that now can happen from someone's home. It's so much more efficient. It's so much more profitable for their businesses. And it just makes life easy for everyone. In my view, the penetration levels of fintech in our country are not even 1.0. The game's not even started. Companies like Razorpay and Bank Bazaar are just in the early stages of their growth by the time they go public, and then they continue growing for the next 10, 20 years. So it's actually a very, very exciting period. We were just debating how many fintech companies are there in this country before this panel started. We have no clue. There could be 2,000-3,000, but as Harshal rightly said, in smaller towns, there's another couple of thousand. And I believe that this is only going to expand. No VC fund in India can go without fintech as a category that they look at. In fact, in our firm, we were like, good God, we've done too many fintech companies at one point. And I have no regrets because all of them are doing really well for us at this stage.
So Sasha, is it not right that fintech companies industry is probably the second highest funded industry after e-commerce?
Yeah, it's around that number. It's a large amount of companies, and rightly so for the reasons we just mentioned, right? There's huge opportunity.
Exactly. And when we talk about opportunities, Adil, the vaccination drive that has happened and the new numbers that we've seen, and we've seen across the world. So do you think now things are going to really pick up after what kind of lull that we had seen for some time? Now, those give pulses, are they the one that you were waiting for actually?
Yeah, I would agree. The way we've gone to market at Bank Bazaar, and I think it's similar also with Harshal, is we've empowered the banking and the NBFC system to go digital. So we've said that we're a platform and we'll help the entire market grow by accessing more customers, right? So we've not really tried to fight the big incumbents. Now, when we look across our banking partners, everyone is seeing growth kick in. So I think there are about 3 results announced this quarter, and everyone has come out with 50, 60% growth rates compared to same time last year. And the guidance we're getting from the market, right, is this is a growth market. So everyone wants new consumers, everyone wants to invest in technology. And very importantly, right, I think all the banks and NBFCs in India have all said that they want to partner. So they're talking to companies. I'm sure Sasha has examples from his fintech portfolio also at K, where they're saying, how do we partner to grow the market? Because there's an incredible opportunity, because there are consumers out there, and thanks to the government, now we have account aggregator, we have Aadhaar, you have video KYC. Let's now grow the market so the entire ecosystem can benefit.
So Harshal, like Adil is talking about the traditional banks wanting to partner. So I just would want to know, for even for our viewers and for maybe your new customers, Compared to traditional financing systems, how fintech offerings are better choices in case of doing business or maybe ease of doing business. I mean, maybe lengthy documentations are not there or verifications or collaterals are not there. I mean, how does it make it different?
Yeah, see, Sonia, I think the belief of fintech is to use tech to simplify finance, right? Like that is essentially where the word comes from, right? So the idea of it and things that like both me and Adil would do is how can we leverage technology that is already there, and how can we use that to simplify and not just simplify, but in a lot of cases improve the things that traditional processes are meant to do. So if you're talking about KYC, right, there's a physical way of doing KYC where you collect photocopies and everything, but when you go through digital KYC, it's not just that it's more convenient, it's also more effective because photocopies can always be tampered with and everything. But when you do a digital Aadhaar KYC, for example, you're validating the Aadhaar number, you're validating directly from the central data source, you're doing an OTP verification. So it's convenient plus more effective, and it simplifies everyone's lives far more. Similarly, when we talk about like opening a new bank account or getting access to loans, there's a traditional way of getting a loan where you submit your balance sheets, you submit your past income statements and all of that, or you can use the newer age format like NBFC account aggregator, which is coming up, which gives you access to all of that information in a digitized format, in an API format, that happens far more efficiently, far more conveniently, and it's less it's more temper-proof, it's less temper-prone. And because of those things, right, the idea of fintech essentially is, it's not that we're saying that, hey, we'll do something new right from scratch. We're saying we look at the processes that already exist in the ecosystem today, and how can we leverage technology to make those processes far better? Whether it's about servicing the customer, whether it's about underwriting, risk management, providing new products and new services on top of it. I think the opportunities are manifold. And I think financial world, while it is one of the largest ecosystems in India today, it's one which has been least touched by tech so far. So even with all the fintech companies coming in and everything, most of the financial ecosystem in India still operates in a very old school traditional manner. I think that's what companies like mine and others are trying to do. That how can we leverage technology and not just build it for ourselves, but also assist the banks, assist the NBFCs and other players in the ecosystem to leverage technology to make the process far more efficient, which brings in cost savings, which brings in far more customer efficiency, but most importantly, it increases the market size for everyone.
Yeah, that's true because I don't remember when was the last time I have actually went to the bank to do some work. It is now, you just download one app and you can, just with the touch of button, you can even transfer money and everything for all the account related works. Sasha, I would want to know these mobile applications and all that. Is it more in urban areas only or even in tier one, tier two? Is it proliferating there now?
You can ask the entrepreneurs on that question, but I'm sure they'll say it's proliferating all over the country at this stage. I mean, anyone sitting anywhere with a mobile connection wants to do this. And as Harshal said at some point earlier in the conversation, this is also opening up new markets, right? Because post-COVID, where people were traditionally used to not even being in the fintech ecosystem, they were unbanked completely and saying, okay, now we're going to get into the system. So you will see people who for the first time in their lives will start using financial services systems, and they'll go directly to companies like Ardils and Harshals, and they'll skip the old world. Like in our country, we're known to skip generations of everything, whether it be desktops, whether it be cell phones, whether it be landline phones, etc. So that's going to be why all the banks currently are so worried, right? Because these companies are coming from nowhere. Look at Nubank in Brazil, a $50 billion company. And that's why I said companies like Ardils and Harshals are just starting their journeys. People who are invested in these companies, $2-3 billion, $500 million companies, it's not even started the opportunity for where these can go. And they go very fast because once they get their act together, the scale happens very fast, exponentially.
So maybe Adil, you can explain to us what kind of expansion is happening in metros. It is happening in metros now in the other areas.
Yeah, I think, see, Sasha made a great point that it's going to be the same platform tech that works in the metro and works in the village. And I'll tell you why. You can't send a bank manager to go to a village to pick up documents, to verify them. By the time you do all that, right, the costs are so high that no business can be done. The very fact that you can have a mobile app, right? And today, smartphones are proliferated everywhere and will continue to proliferate. That essentially gives the power of a bank branch on that single mobile phone. And data is the cheapest in India, anywhere in the world. So I'm convinced, right, that while the trend started in the metros, it started to move to tier 2. Very soon, right, the same tech platform that services the urban area at zero incremental OPEX, it is also going to service the village. So I think what we've unleashed, right, is a one-way street, and it is only going to continue to empower people. I see incredible opportunity for growth. Sasha is a very long-term investor. K Capital has done some great work on that front. Like he said, we are at infancy stages. We've been through ups and downs, but we're still at infancy. And India is a market, right, where not only is the market moving digital, which is one trend, but the market itself is expanding very quickly because such few people today are able to access formal credit. We have, two super trends, right? Increased digital, increased market. And I think it's going to set up companies which will continue to grow at 100% CAGR over the next 5 years.
Yeah, so Harshal, if you can just continue and you just let us know about what actually happened during COVID times when the bank branches were closed in maybe the rural areas. How could the farmers manage? How were the things working? How did fintech come in over there? And do you think you have a huge opportunity there in that market?
Yeah. Yeah, so I think
I can vouch for the automobile company, how they went into that path, with the road construction being happening there. I saw Maruti selling a lot of cars there and Hyundai selling a lot of small cars there. What about banks?
Yeah, so let me give first a broader context of what kind of growth is happening in the tier 2, tier 3, right? So when COVID hit, right, like while we saw a lot of growth in tier 1, like the number of people transiting online didn't improve that significantly because most of the population already knew how to buy things online, how to use a credit card, how to use a debit card, how to use a UPI. The majority of growth in terms of unique users actually came from tier 2, tier 3. And I'll share an interesting stat, right? Like when COVID hit, like the segment that grew the most for us was bill payments, especially in tier 2, tier 3. Bill payments went up by 150, 160%. Now, it's not like suddenly but people were using more electricity and more water. It's that these people who typically used to go out and pay bills on a ration shop or a kirana shop nearby, because of the lockdown, they learned how to pay bills online. And bill payment is generally a very important metric that we track as an org because it's generally an indicator of a first-time customer learning how to pay things digitally. Because your first online transaction is not to buy something on an e-commerce website; it's generally to pay a bill or buy a train ticket, right? So when that segment grows significantly, that means that this is a new generation of people who has learned how to pay their bills online. Tomorrow they learn how to buy things online, then they learn how to play games online or invest in things online and stuff, right? So that shows a growth in a new segment of population that is suddenly coming online. And that happened massively during the pandemic. Like as I say, 150 to 180% the first month, the second month was again around 200, 210%. And that growth in bill payments was followed by growth in e-commerce, was followed by growth in other segments, right? So, and that boundary, that generation is just break down. Now that generation has learned how to pay things, how pay for things online. That was already using internet for a long amount of time. So as I was saying, that the base infrastructure was already there, but they never figured out why should they learn how to pay bills online until COVID hit. Now that they've learned it, it's a one-way street. Now they'll know how to do other things online, how to take a loan online, how to apply for credit online, how to get access to, let's say, a mutual fund investment online and things like that. And those kind of learnings will keep expanding the market in tier 2, tier 3. So if you ask me, I'm very bullish on that segment because that's a whole new generation of people that is going online for the first time. And I would try to correct myself. It's not going online. They were always online. They were using internet for viewing social media and stuff, but they're learning how to do commerce online for the first time. And that is a big segment that every one of us will be able to tap into in the next coming years.
So Sasha, the way Harshal is describing it, that he is anyways bullish on this segment, looks like, the figures that we have presently, that Indian fintech market in 2021, about 2.3 lakh crore, with a growth rate of about 25% will probably go up to 2026, 8.36 lakh crore, which means a lot of more companies coming in and a lot of business for you, Sasha. So I would know what are the key enablers for these companies? I mean, sudden interest, of course, because there's a lot of opportunities there. Is the availability of capital easy now, or because of certain countries being banned for investing, is there some issue with that also?
No, that's a different discussion. But as Harshal said, right, first of all, there was an opportunity anyway. And then thanks to COVID, the situation kind of precipitated and it's ahead maybe 5 years, 10 years, God knows, because a lot of these people would have eventually come, but who knows when. But they were forced into it. They used it and they realized, God, this is awesome. This is easy. And we'll continue doing it. And suddenly got this massive TAM increases exponentially, say X years ahead. No one knows the exact timelines. So then you have this big, massive opportunity staring at us in the face. It's a perfect timing because the markets are hot. There's access to capital is far easier for any entrepreneur starting a company in 2021 than even 2 years back, let alone 10 years back. And whenever these two gentlemen started their companies, they can tell you the stories of, how easy or hard it was. And sure, it is easy for both of them because of the quality of who they are. But in today's world, the opportunity to raise capital is the least of your concern. It's more about, can you build a real business around it? Because every second person is writing a check. So money is now fungible. It's just green, and every second person, either an angel investor or someone, is saying, here, literally take my money. The idea is an opportunity. There's no doubt. Many companies will die, but that's part of life. It's part of the learnings. Many retail investors are going to lose their money in public market stocks as well because some of them are overvalued, etc. But that's a different discussion. But fintech, as I said earlier, early days, next couple of years are very exciting. The enablers are already in front of us. There's nothing else. It's just about execution on these things. Yeah, there'll be some learnings for sure, because these are people who may not pay that much. You've got to learn how to keep yourself efficient and make money eventually out of all this. Because at the end of the day, when you go public, you need to show profit at some point. Otherwise, your stock's never going to go back to the levels of especially in a tough market, is when you need to be a profitable business because everyone goes down to the bottom line versus the top line. So that's a cycle that every entrepreneur learns and figures out. You see Facebook, it was a very heavily loss-making company in 2010 when it listed, but it became a profit machine. And it's got its market cap more on the profit than just growth. So it's kind of like an evolution for every company.
But Adil, when do you actually start earning money here? I mean, what is the graph like? I mean, we see a lot of cashbacks and we see a lot of offerings in terms of gaining the customers. But then, and of course, you need a lot of funding for all that.
Yeah, so I think it depends on what strategy a company is employing. I think I tend to agree with Sasha's view that if you look at any successful long-term company, it's based on driving profitability over the long term, and that's important. The way we think of it at Bank Bazaar, right, is there needs to be a marriage between profit and growth. So obviously, you need to grow fast because there's an incredible market opportunity. But we believe, right, that growth has to come with profitability. So currently, as we speak, I think for every rupee of cost, we have a rupee of revenue. And there are different ways of doing it. I'm sure someone else is doing it with 5 rupees of cost and 1 rupee of revenue. But I think over the long term, right, because like Sasha has seen many market ups and downs, right? Things are good, things are bad. But if you really want to sustain and make a difference long term, I think not only should you find a way to service your customer and drive financial inclusion, but you have to be profitable while doing it.
And Harshal, how do you see BNPL for that matter? I mean, how will that change the game?
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sonia. So I think the way the ecosystem is evolving, right, and what COVID has done is that it has changed the way people transact, the way people behave, right? So a lot more people are suddenly online, and what we have seen so far is the first order effects of staying at home. That more people are transacting online, more people are buying things through e-commerce, playing games online, buying mutual funds online and stuff. What we'll now start to see is the second order effect. That now that more people are online, more people are doing more digital transactions, there are things that you can do because of the data that they generate. And that is where things like BNPL come into picture, right? So now that as I'm spending more of my money online, somebody can come and look at that information, use the NBFC as a way to learn more about me and being able to offer me credit at the time of transaction instead of me going and applying for a personal loan. And that again, like going back to the same philosophy that I think fintech is making the traditional finance again more efficient, right? So instead of somebody going in and taking a personal loan because they're not able to meet their expenses, can you offer credit at the time of purchase? So you're buying a refrigerator, can I offer you credit right now? And you can pay for it later in the next 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. And those are kind of innovations that we are starting to see. BNPL, I think, is a global trend right now, and it has scaled a lot on the back of COVID. At the time when a lot of people were crunched for cash, a lot of people were looking for affordability as a solution to make their purchases. And we saw globally a lot of companies scaled up massively during that time. In India, we are seeing a lot of innovation happening in the BNPL space and I think a lot of foundation work that's happening on NBFC AA side, on things like Open and others, will allow this to accelerate even further, because BNPL relies on data at the first, right? Like your any form of any lending product is as good as the underwriting process, and the underwriting process is as good as the data available to it, right? So with things like NBFC AA happening and things like Open happening, as more data becomes available in the ecosystem to more players, you'll see more affordable products like BNPL scaling massively, because you'll be if you're able to underwrite like 5% or 10% of customers today with access to NBFC, you're able to underwrite like 30%, 40% customers, maybe 60, 70% with other offerings like Open bundling into it. And as you're able to do it, like there's more credit available in the ecosystem, and credit is like a grease for the financial ecosystem. Like more credit is available through the chain of ecosystem, more value is created, more spending happens, more the GDP grows, and everything else follows with it. So I'm very excited about that opportunity happening right now in India. I think in the next couple of years, it will scale up massively.
Yeah, Sasha, like Harshil is talking about data and the importance of data and the mining of data. And you were talking initially about the technology, how it has helped the fintech companies, the AI, the ML. We've seen they've been leveraging data insights to gain that. I would want to ask you that till now, probably it was the customer transactional data that was being processed. Going forward, would it be more like mortgages and payments and wealth management stuff?
Yeah, why not? 20 years back, or maybe 15 years back, I ran a BPO business, and we actually used data even in those days. It was rudimentary data, but we could see the value just of viewing that in for mortgages, as you mentioned it actually, to mine data to decide who to call. And it actually helped because we were calling randomly, all these Americans are getting so irritated, and our sales were falling, and we were like, hey, this is not working. So we just used rudimentary analytics in those days, and it worked to a T in that small little pilot that we had. So now if you fast forward to the learnings that have happened in the last 10, 15 years in AI and analytics, machine learning, whatever, and people have in-house teams now, like I'm sure Harshil may have, Adil may have, outsourcing is very much possible. So there's no reason why this won't go deeper into any of the categories you just mentioned. In fact, it's already probably happening.
And Adil, when we talk about technology, maybe more of cloud technology would be transforming the fintech now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one, it's cloud technology, and two, it's about partnership. I think everyone realizes, right, that you can't build 100% of things yourself. So to give you an example, right, at Bank Bazaar, we work with obviously the banks and the NBFCs because they lend, but we end up partnering with leading providers for various services we need to deliver the product. So just for example, with BNPL, we are able to onboard consumers because we have consumers who track their credit score with us, right? So almost 1 in 2 consumers who has a credit card is registered and tracks it with Bank Bazaar. But when we do BNPL, we partner with companies like a Razorpay, because they have the touch point at the point of sale to make sure that the transaction completes. So I think a lot of great opportunity. Amazon's an investor. We work closely with AWS. It's about the ecosystem coming together, because I think everyone has realized that this is a very specialized market, and different companies are very, very, very good at what they do. So how do we piece it together, right, such that we can grow the market?
So Harshil, if I come to you and we continue what Adil is saying. So from now on, we can see more of wealth tech or insure tech and such instruments more in play.
Yeah, see, every financial ecosystem follows a certain journey, right? Like and a certain digitization journey. So typically it starts with payments, because first you need to teach people how to pay things online, right? That's the first step. And that's what we saw in the last 5-10 years. A lot of growth happened on the payment side, where people learn just how to pay for things online. The second step is lending, where now that people are paying things online, how can you give a credit so that they don't need to have money for making those payments at that point of time? You can make it affordable. You can allow them to make payments and recover it later at a point of time. And that is the second generation of fintech digitalization that happens. And that is what we are seeing right now, where so many companies getting into, for example, we are doing SME lending, people like Adil are doing fintech lending and consumer lending and BNPL, and so many other companies are coming into that ecosystem and credit in various forms, whether it's an invoice discounting, bill discounting, credit card, and BNPL, and so many more things that are happening right now. That's the second generation. The third generation is wealth management, where now that you have an ecosystem where there is a sizable population that has enough liquidity, enough wealth, how can you provide them a way? And of course, that was also happening parallelly, where you are seeing a lot of companies doing discount broking, direct mutual fund management, robo-advisory, and so many other things, will allow people to deploy the capital that they have in the right way to get the right form of returns. You're seeing like nowadays, even the NBFC, the P2P lending on NBFC side also scaling well, which covers both aspects, where people who have capital deployed and people who need capital can take it out. So I think that's a seamless transition of digitization of financial services that will happen in this country as well. I think on the payment side, most things are already done, and while that continues to scale, we're seeing a second generation of lending and wealth and those kind of fintech products scaling massively right now. I think as all three of these come together, that's when you can really say that your financial ecosystem is digitized to the most extent, because those are the touch points where consumer or businesses need to touch money. And if you can digitize all aspects of that, where businesses and consumers needs to touch money, and that's where you can say that the digitization of financial ecosystem has happened. It's not just with payments; it's payments, lending, wealth. All of these have to come together, and that is the point where you can say that okay, the ecosystem knows how to manage financial services digitally.
So, Sasha, like we've seen that these segments are growing leaps and bounds. Maybe it is too early for me to ask, but I still want to know that in the next few years, do you see more of consolidation happening? Maybe M&A is happening? Because why I'm asking you is like even Reliance and Tata, they want to come up with a super app, and they want to emulate probably China's style.
Well, of course, M&A and consolidation happen. It's an age-old thing. Either you scale up or you get wrapped up. Either you become I call it, you want to be head of the tiger or tail of the chicken, or the head of the chicken and tail of the tiger. You obviously want to be ideally the tiger, which is Adil or Harshil, which is a large scaled-up company. But a lot of times, unfortunately, with the best interest or best intents, some companies don't scale. Maybe they got the wrong, there's no founder market fit. There's a variety of reasons. So we then encourage entrepreneurs to then merge themselves into rocket ships like Adil's company or Harshil's company, and you become the tail of the tiger. So we've done many such transactions, and now we are proud shareholders in many unicorn companies that we actually got in a little later into. So it really depends. The good news is the M&A market in India has really taken off. In the past, we were dependent on the US companies to buy us, which was ridiculous. I was spending half my life in California in the headquarters of Facebook or Google or Twitter. Nowadays, of course, with COVID, no one's gone, but the reality is, last year, a bulk of M&A in our country happened with Indian companies buying Indian assets, including a lot of our exits were to Indian, either large companies like Harshil's or Adil's or conglomerates like Jio were buying assets. So that's actually very encouraging for the ecosystem, where M&A is available, founders are willing. In any given week, we have negotiation going on, including one of our fintech companies that we are currently speaking with a larger player to merge into them.
So what are plans of Bank Bazaar and Razorpay? This is what I would want to know, that, carrying on what Sasha is saying, that what are the plans? I mean, are the M&A plans, or it is an IPO plan, or, I mean, how do you plan to expand? Maybe we'll start with Adil. Yeah.
Sure. So I think the first thing that we're doing is we believe that it's a very exciting time to launch products which consumers need as the economy expands. So we're working very, very closely with our banking partners in terms of new product launches. Some of these product launches are on the credit card side, some are on the personal loan side, some are on the BNPL side. And we're finding a lot of interest for large incumbent banks and NBFCs to see how they can partner with us to go to market. So I think the first series in the next 6 to 12 months are a set of new product launches which are brand new for us in the market. And they're also completely tailored to what consumers need right now. Right? So consumers want to track their credit score. They want to improve their credit score. They want products which will help boost their credit score. They want products with good online shopping rewards. So there's a whole new series of product launches. And I think our goal also would be to work towards an IPO in the next couple of years. So to continue to build acceleration in growth and do it while being profitable and prove that, this is long-term sustainable and a company that can make a difference.
And what about you, Harshil? Let's have Razorpay, going to a razor speed.
No, I think very similar to what Adil said, right? See, our goals are more around what we want to do as a company. I think IPO, funding, all of those are ways to get there, right? And as a company, our vision is fairly simple. We want to build the full financial ecosystems for business in India. So our goal is like, if you start a business tomorrow, how can Razorpay do payments, banking, lending, basically that you need to do with money? How can we handle that for you end to end so that you can focus on a core business, grow it, and we can take care of everything on the financial side for you? I think we have done and scaled well on the payment side. We are the largest provider of payments to internet merchants today. We're scaling a lot on the banking and lending side, but there's still a lot of way to get there. So again, next couple of years, we'll be focused on that. And I think, of course, as a company, we want to be independently sustainable, and our goal is to create a large independently sustainable organization. So we definitely want to take our company public, but probably 2 or 3 years down the stream.
And Sasha, what do you see now for the fintech market? Probably the key drivers, maybe for the next few quarters, more technical collaborations between traditional banks and the companies, and something else?
Yeah, collaboration will continue because a lot of our traditional banks and other institutions are arcane, and they have no choice but to partner with these young agile companies, or they get eaten up. And for the younger companies also, there's value to partner because they have the systems, they have their customer bases, and so there's value on all sides to partner and move forward. No question about it. Like I said at the beginning, there are going to be many more fintech companies, as Harshal rightly said. The infrastructure building blocks are one at a time, right? First, you please put everyone on the line. That's done. Now next, now next. So there's many now next as we progress, and we're just in a cycle of evolution in now next 3 or 4 or whatever, right? But the reality is fintech will continue to remain a large part of the market cap of funding. So anyone trying to get into the fintech space, hopefully not opportunistically, but with some good thought process as to why they want to do it. The mistake people make, in my opinion, is it's also exciting. Go and ask Adil and Harshal how tough running a company is. Their companies are now worth hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. But the journey from zero to where they reached is quite arduous. And I don't think people appreciate it. And I think once they do, and they're open to that tough, let's say determination to build a business out, then it's the most amazing journey that the two of them have had and will continue to have. And there's no limit. But please don't do it for the wrong reasons. Do it because it's a genuine pain point. You have something you bring to the table. A team, company. My favorite thing is companies are not what you want them to be, but it's the people you hire around you. So it's very important that you have the right team on day one, and as they probably did have, and that's why they're on this panel today.
So Adil and Harshal, what Sasha is saying, that both of your companies have good credit profile. Maybe this is what he's just trying to say. Adil, I would want to ask you something, that when you were talking last, you were talking about credit scores. I want you to talk a little more about that. The importance of credit scores now, the credit the credit profile, what kind of a role does it play actually in applying for loans and all that? And post-COVID, how important it will become, and especially for those who don't have a history, a considerable section of our society, maybe they don't have a history at all, and then probably they'll miss out on the financial instruments.
Yeah, so let me answer that in 3 parts, right? So one of our investors, Experian, put out a report saying there's a 10x increased awareness of credit score through the pandemic period, because a lot of banks today have special offers if you have a good credit score. So for example, there's a special offer from SBI saying you can get a home loan at this rate if your credit score is over 800. HDFC has an offer, Kotak has an offer. So everyone knows that if you have a good credit score, right, you can get a cheaper loan and you can get a larger loan amount. So the awareness has increased. At Bank Bazaar, what we've done, right, is we've given a free credit score tracker to consumers. So we tell consumers, if you want to track your credit score, it's not difficult. You just take 1 minute, you log on the app, and you can start tracking your credit score. And in that, right, we found tremendous increase in popularity during the pandemic period. So today, like I said, 1 in 2 credit card users is enrolled and registered on the platform. And we give them monthly advice in terms of how to pay this back on time, how to settle some dispute they have, or how to make better use of their credit utilization available to them. Now, the good news, Sonia, is that the Bureau has said that we have 250 million people with a credit score today, right? And like Harshal said, right, I think a lot of people are taking small products like consumer durable loan for 10,000, BNPL loan. Now, it doesn't matter what product you take, you automatically get a credit score. So automatically that 250 million, right, I see it going up to, let's say, 400 million. Now, for people who don't have a credit score, I think a lot of fintechs are building alternate risk scores. So saying not based on your credit history in the bureau, but basis, other data that we know about you in terms of how much you're spending, what your bank account looks like, we can give you an alternate score. And that's starting to pick up as a fintech business opportunity, which a lot of fintechs are now going into.
That's quite interesting. And Harshil, so your company is mostly into digital payments, if I'm not wrong. Then probably into now lending and other verticals. I want to ask you, what kind of challenges post-COVID have your company been facing? Is it something like a risky lending, or maybe ransomware has increased, or maybe cybersecurity risks? Because we've been hearing a lot of such cases now.
Yeah, no, I think with every new technology, there is a way for people to misuse it, right? And as the users grow, misusers grow, right? So that is true with internet, that has been true with digital payments, and that is true with fintech in general, right? And you have to find a way to manage the risk of bad users at the same time being able to serve the good users, right? So, I mean, in the growth of payments as well, you see that as a lot of new people are learning how to pay online for the first time, you see a lot of kind of frauds come up, and we do a lot of work there. The regulators do a lot of work there. We work with the industry a lot there to explain people. For example, you keep hearing these messages: don't share your OTP online, don't share your OTP with anyone. You still see, and we still see a lot of cases where people don't know and understand that and end up sharing OTP with somebody and end up losing money, right? Similarly, like as the ecosystems get more complex, the kind of fraud and the kind of misuse that happens also gets incredibly more complex. And I think everyone has to come together to improve it, because like the damage of it is on everyone, right? So when a customer comes online and learns how to transact online for the first time, and if he faces a fraud, they never come online ever again, and you lose that customer. Everyone in the digital ecosystem has lost a customer at once. It's not that Razorpay has lost a customer, or some other company has lost a customer, or the e-commerce website has lost a customer. The ecosystem has lost a customer, and he's never going to try digital payments ever again, probably for the next couple of years, till he builds more comfort again, right? So I think there's a lot of work happening on that piece, and I think that will continue. But cybersecurity and cyber awareness is a big problem that all of us are working together to grapple with, to ensure that people understand the right way to transact online, the right tools to use to transact online, the right websites to transact online on, and are not falling prey to scams and frauds and people asking for things over the phone. I think it's a learning curve. The one good thing is that the regulators in India themselves are also very focused on that, and they focus on it in the right way. It's not that like they won't allow digital payments, but for example, we saw the subscription mandate that came in right now. A lot of people faced a lot of issues because of it, but RBI's intention was very clear. They are worried that somebody takes a mandate with an illiterate guy today. That person loses 50 rupees because somebody took an OTP on the phone. He might end up losing 50 rupees every month because somebody took a subscription mandate, and that would be very that could be very life affecting for that person, because 50 rupees per month might be his entire saving for that month. So those kind of regulations will come in, and the industry will need to come together, adopt those, drive the right awareness to ensure that the person who's coming online for the first time is not impacted because you want to build convenience for the person who uses internet every day.
Yeah, and the recurring payments also, the new law, because you subscribe and then you forget about it, and then you only come to know when you get a message that, so much money has been deducted. Anyway, I think it's our time is kind of getting over, but I'll just take a quick 1 minute concluding remark from all of you. Sasha, I would want to start with you. You were talking about innovation and how important it is in this industry. It has to keep innovating, and the way it has transformed banking, consumer payments, and then now insurance payments, or probably the card payment solutions. Do you think the next step would be cross-border payments?
Yeah, why not? In fact, we were supposed to invest in a cross-border payments company a couple of years back, and we had long discussions, multiple diligence. We were on the term sheet stage, and we did not do that investment. And it's a unicorn company today already, and it just started between India and Australia as a first start, and we've seen that company just explode. It's just remittances, of course, but I can't see any reason why entrepreneurs like Harshil, Adil can't go and build global businesses. The only thing is that there's so much opportunity in India itself that I think they are just too busy building their businesses here, and it'll take a while for them to go outside. Versus unlike our SaaS businesses, which logically start in the US and then become completely global. And I'm sure they'll have a better answer to this, but that's my guess. There's too much opportunity in India itself right now.
Yes, and Adil, after a new economy is also opening up post-COVID, would you want to go global?
So I feel like Sasha said, the Indian opportunity is very large, and I know different companies have different strategies. I think what we're trying to do is just go deeper and deeper into building our foundation in the Indian financial services market, launching new products, moving into instant sanction of BNPL, making sure that all our consumers are able to access financial products across banks. Because today, I think there's a complete dearth of supply. The demand in India is very high. It's very hard to find supply, and for the right reasons, right? Because to build credit portfolios profitably is not easy. There's a tremendous amount of learning and IP that goes into it. So I think our goal is to just go deep, but build very, very big in India over the coming years.
And Harshil, probably the end of the financial year would be like a quantum leap in digital transactions for you.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of growth in digital transactions already happened in the last 1 year, and I think that continues to happen. There's a lot of enablers driving that growth, but I'm more excited about the other aspects of the ecosystem also growing, right? Like what Adil was mentioning on the lending side, on the wealth management side, and so many other things coming together, because like each of these leads to growth of the other one, right? Today, a very large chunk of our digital payments comes because stockbroking as an industry has moved online, and all those investments are happening through online channel. They're using digital payments to do that investment. There are a lot of lending companies where loan disbursals happens digitally and collections happen digitally through our platform. So each of these fuels the other function, and that's why I'm very excited that like the entire ecosystem is moving forward from that sense. And in fact, to your earlier point, I think from the global perspective as well, as a company, we are working on launching in at least a couple of markets in Southeast Asia before the next end of next year. So because like while we have scaled a lot in India and we continue to be bullish on India and we're going deeper into India with lending and banking, I think payments is one thing where India has done better than the rest of the world, right? Like our UPI infrastructure and all the other infrastructures that we have built, we are leaders in the world in real-time payments. There's a lot of development and a lot of products that have been made in India that needs to be exported to other markets where similar development hasn't happened yet. So we will definitely be doing that, and I know a lot of companies in the payments ecosystem are looking for that.
Great. So it was really great knowing what is really going to happen in the fintech sector. Thank you so much, Adil. Thank you so much, Harshil. And thanks a lot, Sasha. It has been great learning for me too. And I've thoroughly enjoyed this session knowing about Razorpay and K Capital and the Bank Bazaar new initiatives. And as you all probably concluded that, those green shoots that we were seeing initially now are becoming trees, and we really look forward to fintech horizon, and I can see a lot of IPOs and positive traction coming out of these segments, especially with the festive season. Thank you so much once again for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the invite.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Yeah, we're live now.
We are live now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the next session of the day on the theme Women Leaders Paving the Way. We have eminent speakers in the panel today with us to be moderated by Mr. Govind Raj Ithiraj, founder of India Spend. To take the session forward, we hand it over to our moderator, Mr. Ithiraj. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to FICCI for inviting me for our panel discussion today. Just to give you a quick background, this is about women leaders and paving the way. Now, our panelists come from very diverse backgrounds and indeed countries and regions as well. So the way they would look at it, and that's perhaps exactly what will make it more interesting, is different. Their vantage points would be different. Let me just throw in some India statistics to start off with, just to give you a start point. Now, I recognize that not all our panelists are entrepreneurs, but let me use an entrepreneurial lens to point out maybe what could be a larger issue and then define the challenge forward. So only about 7 out of 100 entrepreneurs in India are women. And of them, only half get into business out of necessity as opposed to aspiration. This is a report from the Initiative for What Works to Advance Women and Girls, which comes under the Gates Foundation. Globally, India ranks third among countries reporting gender gaps in business. Only 33% of early stage entrepreneurs in India are women. Up to 95% of small and medium enterprises in India are micro businesses. You have to remember that. But for women, this percentage is even higher. It's about 98%. Some of the challenges that women face when it comes to starting business is to do with capital. They cannot access capital despite them having the same, let's say, metrics, financial metrics as males. They still may not be able to get, let's say, a bank loan. Now, this is, of course, entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship. Things don't become any better when it comes to the overall workforce. As we all know now, women have been dropping off India's workforce, and this is happening in many other countries as well. Economic shocks also have a big role to play in it, and usually and have shown to affect women more disproportionately. Demonetization was one economic shock in India which affected women more. COVID is another economic shock which has affected women disproportionately more again. And coming back to the workforce, whether as employees or as entrepreneurs, is obviously that much more challenging. So there are several leadership challenges as one looks ahead. Before I hand over to the panel for their remarks. One is to say that how do we create an enabling environment for women to do much better than what they are today, even accessing the very benefits, for example, capital that they're entitled to. Second is, what is the kind of leadership inspiration they can draw, including from those sitting around the panel here, and what can they learn in their own journeys, and what can they imbibe, and perhaps what should they not do. Any leadership journey has successes and mistakes made, which always act as a learning part of the learning curve. So this is the broad lay of the land, so to speak. The idea is, like I said, to see how these stories can, and the conversation that follows, with which hopefully will have some questions as well, can add to your own knowledge and your own set of inspiration, insights, if I may say so. And hopefully we'll be able to get something out from this very diverse panel. So on that note, I'm going to ask each of our panelists to speak for about 5 minutes each, and essentially approach this theme of paving the way from their vantage point. I'm also going to ask them to introduce themselves in about a line or two, but also talk about where they are right now, because that itself is quite reflective of how diverse this panel is. So on that note, I'm going to hand over, and let's go in the sequence that I was given. That's let me invite first Lisa Witter, entrepreneur, consultant, speaker, and author. Lisa, it's over to you.
Okay, thank you. Anytime I get invited to a topic that says young leaders, I'm all for it. It's so important that we, as the older people, are investing in the now, the incredible people. So thanks to all of you that are watching, and for stepping back and caring. So I'm a lifelong political entrepreneur. So I marry the political world with the entrepreneurship world. I've done everything from be inside of government to help get people elected, to start businesses around how to improve policies and politics that are more inclusive of everyone, and have returns on democracy. So that's been my space. I co-founded a company about 7 years ago called Apolitical. We're a global learning intelligence platform for public servants in 170 countries, including India and very much in Dubai, UAE, and other places. And I'm the co-founder and CEO now of our foundation, which helps support the next generation of transformative politicians. So that's a little bit about me. I do want to say that I'm the recipient of really boring policy that changed my life, which is why this is so important. When I was little, I was a recipient of something called Title IX policy in the United States. I'm an American living in Berlin, and I've lived in lots of different places in the world. And Title IX legislation was fought for by very pioneering women, some called themselves feminists, right? Who said girls and boys should have equal access to sports. And because of that, I had equal access to sports as a girl. I was born in 1973. The legislation passed in 1973. And so I grew up having power, wanting to win, having strategy. All of that has so served me of being an entrepreneur. I knew how to put a team together. I knew how to put a plan, strategy, all of that. So sometimes boring sounding policy makes a big difference, and thinking about how do you do things at scale. So I have three A's I want to focus on what I think the time is for women's leadership now. The first A is assets. So focus on the asset of what it is to be a woman. A lot of times in these conversations, like, what don't we have? Let's focus on what we do have. What are our assets of being a woman? And in this time right now, what are the assets? Who are our allies? That's the second A. And the third are advancements. So I'll just speak 30 seconds about each of them and then turn it over to our other fantastic speakers. So on assets, our brain, my background is in brain and behavioral science, does better when it's going towards a reward mode and not a threat mode. So I want us to quit talking about all the problems and start talking about what are those assets that we have as women. At Apolitical and raising money for our company, we found that a lot of investors said, wow, 2 women founding a company, that's an asset. I really will trust you. I know you will work through problems. I know you will be more transparent. Whether those things are true for all women, I cannot say, but it wasn't ours. So our asset of being really trustworthy and being really mission driven helped us raise money for our company. So what are your assets and how do you lean into those as a woman? Allies. I don't even spend time worrying about people who don't want women in power or want to invest women. That's a waste of my time. Like, move that to the side. I want to focus on who are the people who actually support women, who are my peers, like I see here in this space. And I spent time really in that space, because we can complain all we want, but if we start supporting and leaning in on the allies, other people will see it and it will become cool and different. So assets, allies, and then advancements. So much has happened in so many countries. Things are happening slowly and sometimes in quick orders, where more and more women are getting engaged in business and entrepreneurship and in politics. The biggest gap we have right now to solve is the political gap. We will not have gender equality until we have political representation that's 50-50 or roughly that. And so the advancement message that I want to focus this on is, how do we get more young women listening out there into politics with an agenda that really looks at our assets, brings in the allies, and moves forward. One last thing I'll say is, it's very hard to do all of that if women are existing in a world where they can't walk outside and feel free. They're experiencing violence. So we have the evidence now of how to prevent violence against women and girls, and that should be for all people who care about women's leadership. We need to have a focus on violence prevention and move from hurt to harmony, how men and women can live together with harmony. So that's me: assets, allies, and advancement. Over to you.
Thank you very much. You talked about politics, and I think that's a good later segue into what Swati might be able to bring in terms of how do women become more effective in politics. But more than that, I think, how do women influence policy to ensure that it's more empowering for women? So we're going to come to that. Paridhi Adani, the partner at law firm Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas, it's over to you.
Thanks, Govind. And just a quick comment to Lisa. My heart was singing while you were speaking. And, this is very inspiring. And I really hope that there are some actionable takeaways from today's talk. Firstly, thank you, FICCI, for having us here. And it's a topic very close to my heart. I'm Paridhi Adani. I'm a corporate lawyer in Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. I'm actually a fourth generation lawyer and part of the founder family of our law firm, which is a 100-year-old firm. And we are over 50% women in the organization. So I'm also a mom of two very fierce girls, very young girls, but very fierce nonetheless. So I have to say that my experience when it comes to, sort of dealing with women has been very privileged, very sort of inspiring. I've always been surrounded by people who've had it all and have demonstrated that it is possible to have it all. But I'm fully conscious of the fact that this is not the reality sort of outside of my world. And that hit me as well in multiple occasions when, sort of outside of the home environment or sort of in extended workplace situations, we did come across a lot of sort of behavior that would be, a deep setback to a lot of women who want to sort of participate freely in the workplace. And I don't mean just things like casual sexism and things like that. I think, Govind, you touched upon a couple of points such as access to capital, lack of mentorship, sort of, societal pressures, lack of childcare. And, I've been privileged, as I said, that, somewhere along the way, it's not like I haven't faced it, but I've had enough of a support system around me to be able to get through a lot of this. And my hope is that I can be a support system to other women out there as well who would need this. You touched upon, in your introductory comments that the sort of economic shock that COVID put. I would also add to that the emotional shock that sort of came with this. Frankly, COVID would have been a phenomenal opportunity for a lot of other women to come into the workplace. It was the right time to think about double income households. It was the right time to think about flexible working and bringing women back into the workplace in a way that, made sense from, from their individual situations. But I don't think the world did very well on that. And a lot of us tried to solve things in our own way, but was there enough being done on a platform level? Probably not. And there were also sort of added issues like burnout, mental health, and I think we have way too many things that are going against against bringing more women into the workplace. Forget leadership. So as Lisa mentioned, there's enough problems, but I think we need to sort of take it with a solution oriented mindset. Think about what opportunities do these pose for us. So do we broaden the conversation around leadership to be more influence in policy making, sort of be a firm voice and not just the only voice on these topics. And I think as an organization, we stand for that as well. I have immense support from the family and my clientele in sort of bringing some of these conversations to the fore. And even platforms like this are giving us an immense opportunity to reach out to people and say, let's think about how do we focus more on, not just bringing, say, women to at board level, bring them into more executive positions, help them get access to capital, have a more structured approach to childcare. Let there be less stigma associated with sort of the mental health issues. Are there enough support systems out there for a lot of this? So I'm hoping to use this conversation both to engage as well as learn from everybody's experiences. And I do hope going forward, maybe in a year when we sort of re-engage on this conversation, we would be talking about the successes and your data would look slightly different. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paridi. You spoke about childcare. I was interviewing Mirai Chatterjee, who's a director at Seva from your present hometown. And
Yes.
he was telling me, and as recently as 2 weeks ago, that the number of women, I mean, more than 100 million women could double their incomes only if they had to access to full childcare.
Yeah.
As in if they had access to 8 or 9 hours of childcare, they could actually double their incomes. And that's more than 100 million women.
But I think we need to think about childcare very differently. It's not just a women's problem. I
Yeah.
think a lot of it, we realized as we looked at our talent as well, that a lot of actually male counterparts also had to think about their family situation very differently. So to a large extent, when we talk about equality, let's not make it about men and women. Everybody needs to look after their families, whether it's their elders or the sick ones or children. And if we have a sort of more holistic conversation around some of this, I think we'll come up with more thoughtful solutions as well.
Right.
So we realized that when we were dealing with our talent, we moved to very different policies, but we got criticized for it as well. And I think we're still evolving, we're learning.
Right. And I think Seva is talking about, really educating men on the role they can play in childcare. I mean, that's the second part of the, I think, the effort that they focused on. Okay, let's keep moving. May I invite Chetna Buksani Shastri, CEO of Amishi London, based in Dubai.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the panel. I am Chetna Bakshani Shastri, and I am an educator turned entrepreneur in the UAE. As an educator for over 20 years, my world revolved around schools, classrooms, teachers. But then a few years ago, I decided to take the plunge and made my shift into the world of entrepreneurship. I took on the role of CEO of Amishi London, Dubai, represented under the CGH group. Amishi is a fashion-forward brand that has designed jewelry and luxury accessories for celebrated clients all over the world, including the British royal family, Hollywood, Bollywood stars, to name just a few. I facilitated the brand awareness, visibility, and sales in the Middle East. Now, for me, the shift from education to fashion, to exhibitions, to branding, to merchandising, to displays, to social media, to influencers, and Meher knows about it, was a huge transition for me. Making a shift is not easy. And making a shift from one profession to another is even more difficult. But as they say, that we cannot become what we want if we don't change what we are. Change, I believe, is the only constant in life. Being a Montessorian, I believe that it is absolutely important to love what you do, enjoy the journey, enjoy the process, and don't worry too much about the end result. Because if you do give your best, if you're passionate about something, you know success is bound to follow. Growing up, my dad, Dr. Ram Bakshani, who is one of the most prominent Indian businessmen in the UAE, and is a resident of Dubai for the past 62 years now, had a very progressive influence in my life. He taught me that life does not provide you with any warranties or guarantees. It only provides you with possibilities and opportunities. So don't miss them. Always, always be prepared. I have served as a member of the managing committee of the Indian High School for several years now. It is the largest Indian school in the UAE, and I helped in the policy making and procedures of the school. I'm also on the executive committee of the India Club, a club that was inaugurated on the 15th of August, 1964, and is still going strong. And I can proudly say that we have around 4,000 members as of today. Now, why I mention these roles is because I may be one of the only women members on these boards, but that does not stop me from voicing my opinion and making a difference. I'm a firm believer that in the incredible value that diversity can bring to the table, and that is very, very important. If you invest in women, it has a multiplier effect because she will reinvest in education, in health, in economic activities, at a familial level and at a community level. To this, I have to add here, and I must commend the UAE for its strong, strong commitment to gender equality. They have dedicated an entire pavilion to women for the first time in the history of World Expo. It's called the Women's Pavilion because we all know that when women thrive, humanity thrives. I do believe that we all need to keep investing in ourselves. We need to keep educating ourselves. We need to be better today than what we were yesterday. At present, I am pursuing my MBA in educational leadership. And I aspire to use my 2 decades of experience as an educator and my entrepreneurship skills to bring about a positive change in the lives of the younger generation of women leaders. Like Paradhi, I have 2 daughters too. Both, so Janvi, who's 19, and Himakshi, 15, both global change makers in their own right and recipients of several awards. So when my daughters see me engaged in something that I love, something that I'm passionate about, besides being their mother, besides being a homemaker, I feel in their minds, they are forming their own definition of what a woman is, what the role of a woman is. And for me, that definition that they are forming is very, very important, because we need to empower young girls to realize the definition of the new woman. The women of today need to know that they are capable of making all their dreams come true and also being the wind beneath their family's wings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chetna. I'm going to come back. I think there's some very interesting points on education and leadership, and it would be interesting to know when I come back on how you structure this. I mean, as you communicate to, let's say, aspirational young women leaders, how do you create the right curriculum? What do you bring into that? And how do you combine maybe theory and practice? So we'll talk about that in a bit. Meher Mirchandani, Managing Director of the Palmon Group, it's over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm very, very grateful, and it's lovely to meet you all here. I'm the managing director. My current role is the managing director of Palmon Group, and I'm a director on the Mandarin Logistics Fund, which I founded 3 years ago along with my family. I'm a second generation entrepreneur. I'm running both the businesses. Along with that, I'm a coach and an author as well. I've written my first book, Come Alive, Don't Just Exist, and launched it in February this year. Again, this, like the others, this topic is something very close to my heart. Let me start with saying what Chetna mentioned, that in today's time, we can have it all. We can be a homemaker. We can run businesses, organizations, sit on boards of companies, along with also having written books, doing speeches. We can do it all, and it is possible. And of course, with the support of the family and your own conviction and intention that you set out in the world, everything is possible. I too have 2 daughters, so that's a common thread running here, which is fantastic. So definitely, I think with 2 daughters comes great responsibility. You have to be the person you are meant to be, so they are allowed to be the person they are meant to be. I mean, the very fact that you have been given these beautiful girls is that, you have to be a better version of yourself every single day. And they are my biggest inspiration. Like every time I look at myself or I feel that there is too much pressure, all I say to myself is, if no one else, I will definitely create a legacy for my own children, a legacy of thought, love, paving the way for them to be who they are meant to be, which is limitless. We all are born limitless. We all have we all have it in us to be limitless. So I manage a few companies, and my role has been to manage the culture of the company. In all my organizations, I do make sure we give equal importance and equal salary pay, all kinds of equal benefits to women. I have recently hired women on leadership positions, giving them equal roles like men, and it is working fantastically. The first generation can see the change. We all can see the change. We are very accepting. I have been fortunate, like Paridhi, that my mom is also an entrepreneur. So I do come from an open-minded family, which really makes a lot of difference to how you view your life. Having said that, I do my best to give equal importance and equal roles to women in my business. I also believe you lead by example. So the change that you want to see in the world, you have to be that change. And at home, in my businesses, and with all my stakeholders, That's what I cultivate. And I cultivate the power of women. I empower my leaders. I believe in culture, in building the culture of love, respect for everyone, irrelevant of gender, irrelevant of race, creed. So this is something I really believe in, and I walk on every single day in my role in the business. And besides that, we have also established a foundation in India, which is called the Palmone Foundation, and we focus on girl-child education. We are working with a number of NGOs in India, and we have our own foundation where we support scholarships above 10th grade, basically, because in India, I guess till 10th grade, the government does pay, but after 10th grade is when there are a lot of dropouts, as per my study, when I started this about 5 years ago. And that's when we intervene, we mentor them, we coach them to be able to be committed to study, to be educated, because education changes everything for a society and for a woman, like everybody touched upon. So these are the few initiatives that we take in our organization, and I take personally to make sure that I lead by example, and I am here to make a difference in the lives of women. Thank you.
Thank you, Meher. Could you tell us where your foundation is working, which part of India?
So I have a foundation that is supporting 10 scholarships in India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. So I have students reporting to me, and they are all in different rural areas.
So someone who took a scholarship 5 years ago when you started would be now in the workforce?
Yes. Great. Almost there. Like, of course, they are struggling with some are struggling, but yes, there is an engineer already out there in an automotive company, which is very proud moment for us.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, Swati Maliwal, Chairperson of the Delhi Commission for Women, it's over to you.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, FICCI, for inviting me to such an esteemed panel. And it was really actually very inspiring to hear everybody's stories. I think we are coming from very different walks of life, but still it was so enriching. And what the Delhi Commission for Women and what I am dealing with is basically women's safety. We are having several issues. Every day, around 6 rapes are happening in the capital itself. As I'm speaking right now, yesterday itself, we rescued a 4-month-old baby who was sold at the age of 6 when she was just 6 days old by her own father. So we rescued her, and just before that, like a day before that, I had gone and met a 12-year-old girl who was raped very brutally in Bulandshahr, and she is right now admitted in a hospital in Delhi. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah. So she's right now admitted in a hospital in Delhi, and she is really battling for her life. The police of UP had not actually handled the case well. They had not added the relevant sections of rape in the matter. So we had to write to the concerned chief minister. And after that, those sections have been added. I'm sorry, there is some disturbance. Can you hear me properly?
So the audio is fine. Your video keeps going off, but that's fine. Just keep going.
Right. Okay, all right. So like I was saying, this 12-year-old girl, or the 4-month-old girl, or the 8-month-old baby who had been raped in the capital 2 years back. So the Delhi Commission for Women is handling all of these cases. I would like to tell you that before I joined the commission, for 8 years, in the commission, only one case was handled. And now in the past 6 years, we've handled over 1 lakh cases. We have attended around 4.15 lakh calls on our 181 Women's Helpline. We've set up a system which conducts rescues. There are counselors who are working on the ground. Anytime a call comes to the commission, we send a team on the ground, which is consisting of a fleet of around 23 cars, 66 counselors. So we've set up that entire system where the sexual assault survivors are counseled. We've put lawyers in all the courts in Delhi which are handling rape cases, and our lawyers are assisting these survivors, and everything from domestic violence to discrimination to sexual harassment at workplace, the Delhi Commission for Women is trying to handle. Like I said, earlier in 8 years, one case, and in the past 6 years, we have handled over 1 lakh cases. So that's the kind of change that the Delhi Commission for Women has tried to create. When I joined the Delhi Commission for Women, I was told that it's a toothless body. What will you be able to do? There is nothing. I mean, it's a place for retired politicians. And I was quite concerned. But then when I read the law of the Delhi Commission for Women, under which it is created, it is so powerful. It gives me the powers to issue arrest warrants. It gives me the powers to summon people. And unfortunately, that power had never been used before. I'll give you an example. We wrote on the first day of my joining, I wrote to the police commissioner of Delhi. I asked data from him. I wanted data on how many crimes have happened, how many convictions have happened, how many people did we arrest, how many people were we able to convict. And he refused to give me data. For 6 months, I kept writing a letter to him. And I was like, every month I would write a letter to him. And he would just, I think, just take it up and just tear it off and just throw it in the dustbin. And it was very, very, very upsetting. So after 6 months, I realized that he's not just insulting me, he's insulting the entire statutory body. And I then issued a notice to him, which angered him tremendously. So he sent me a letter, a 14-page letter back. And in that letter, it was written that he cannot provide information to the Women Commission regarding crimes that has happened with women and girls in the capital, because it will cause a law and order problem in the capital. So that was completely bizarre. And then I issued summons to him and I told him that you have to come here and give us the data. And the data came. So I'm just saying that I think power is a state of mind. If you start feeling powerful, you can actually use that power and create a lot of change in the world. I was told that there's not much that a women commission can do, but I think I can tell you, I mean, despite, we wrote so many letters, we've done so much petition, we've done so many rescues, we've done amazing work. But at a point of time, even I started feeling that, we are doing all of this, but we are not being able to stop that next rape. It is so horrible that at the end of the day, when the 8-month-old baby gets raped, I start feeling that, her blood is on my hands, because I'm the first person to go and reach her. I'm the first person to get her 3 operations done. And it feels like a very lonely battle. And, but then, the kind of work that we've tried to do, we've tried to actually go beyond the functioning of the government, beyond the functioning of activists also. What we tried to do actually was, when this 8-month-old baby was raped, I sat on a hunger strike. And because I had been asking for more stringent punishments to rapists of children, I had been asking for a system for ensuring those punishments. I had been asking that within 6 months, a system should be created, that within 6 months, there should be some kind of an action against the person found guilty. And despite petitioning and despite raising all this, it was really falling on deaf ears. So I sat on a hunger strike, which lasted for 10 days. And on the 10th day, the government of India had to create a new law. They brought in an ordinance, which was then converted into a law, which increased the punishment for rapists of children, and also created a system to give punishments within 6 months. That's another story that's very unfortunate, that the law was not really implemented properly, because of which I had to sit on another hunger strike a year later, which lasted for 13 days. The government's given a lot of commitments, but it is yet to be done. So I just want to say that it's been a difficult journey, and like I think everyone's journey is unique in their own way, and it is difficult, and mine has been pretty difficult. But at the same time, I feel that if you're strong in your mind, and if you feel that, I think power is a state of mind, and if you feel powerful, I think you can do a lot of bring about a lot of change, and that is what we've tried to do.
Thank you so much, Swati. That's very inspiring, not just to me and Flo, but to all of us. One quick question. I mean, I know you're a career politician and you took this role of several years ago, but what made you stay on this role, and what really brings you back to work and keep at it the way you are right now?
So firstly, I'm not a politician. I am not a member of any political party. I'm an engineer. I gave up my job in 2006. And since then, I have been working on the grassroots. I have been a part of all kinds of movements in the country, especially the Right to Information Act and the anti-corruption movement. And one thing I would like to share, before the Delhi Commission for Women, my work was very rewarding, because I used to get people's work done. हम लोग लड़ते थे सरकारी system से, हम लोग I have been beaten up, I have been lathi charged, I've gone through all of that, and after 4 days of struggle, I used to get one work done, but it used to feel it used to feel very good. Now in this post, in the past 6 years, I know that the kind of change that the Delhi Commission for Women has brought about is phenomenal. I understand that. And it's not just me, it's a huge team that is working together. I just become the face. So while we have done so much work, every day when I go back home, I don't go back with a good feeling, because the kind of trauma that I am imbibing from the people whom I'm meeting. Just a very quick example. A few days back, there was this girl from Madhya Pradesh. Her husband had force-fed her acid, because of which her entire intestines, I mean, everything burned and her intestines were out in the open. And I was so angry looking at that. And though it doesn't come in my jurisdiction, I wrote a letter to the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. I demanded immediate FIR. I demanded immediate arrests. I also demanded that officers, the ones who failed to do their job, they should action should be taken against them. All those things happened, but I didn't feel good about it. When I went and met that girl, she was dying. And all she said was that, okay, you've done all this, but just save me. And I was not able to save her, despite all the effort and despite all the doctors and the best of teams that we got together. So I think that it's a very emotional job. And over these 6 years, I have realized that while I have done a lot of good work, it's very difficult personally for me. And earlier I never used to believe in, I was always very motivated, kaam karna hai, we have to do this, we have to do that. And now only after, I think since the past 1 year, since COVID also, I think it has also made me reflect. And now I have started taking out a little bit of time for myself. So in the morning, I make sure that at least an hour I will be exercising. I will be taking out some time for self-care, because I think that is also helping. But coming back to the question that you asked, why do I come to the office the next day? It is because of all these cases. I know that if I leave from here, I don't think that the kind of system that I have been able to set up, I'm not sure if it will continue. So though it is a very difficult decision, and though I personally am not very sure what am I getting out of it, but really it is about, you can't walk away from an 8-month-old baby who has been raped and is in blood. You just have to be there.
Right, Swati, I know I'd love to ask you more questions, but we are very short of time. So let me bring in the others, if nothing else, for at least a few closing comments. But, Lisa, you talked about the role of the Title IX policy in creating a fundamental transformation. And it's fascinating because it's in a way a very lateral intervention, saying that women should get equal access to sports. But in doing that, you've actually changed so much more. Tell us about how that, are there other such interventions that policymakers elsewhere could look at or leaders could look at in their own organizations?
Yeah, it bridges actually to a question that I see from Sandeep. Just before I say that, Swati, thank you for your work. And I'm so happy, back to the assets, that you are working to protect your asset. I have such a privilege of watching so many Indian women. I have a friend, Sohini, at Breakthrough in India. So many amazing young women in India really standing up for women's rights. So please protect yourself. You are the asset for the world. And I hope everyone listening this is so proud of the Indian female activism around the world. I learned from it and I'm humbled by it. What I find very interesting about your question and Sandeep's question was around how should women convey their assets to a patriarchal system, which is related to policy. I think if there's two takeaways from this session, from my perspective, I'd like people to think about. One is study brain science and behavioral science, because a lot of what we need to do as women leaders is we need to work with the brain and not against the brain. Now, how is that related? I know that something that puts the brain into a fear and fight mode is when you question people's status. Very few people, when you question their status, can come out feeling good about that. That's a deeply transformed, very self-aware person, which there are many, but many go into this flight mode. And there are these other triggers in the patriarchal system and just in life in general, that if you bang up against it, they bang back. So how I've operated is understanding how to work with the brain and do things that help change happen in a way that the person feels like it's it's their idea or that it's good for them or it's good for the world. And the Title IX strategy was interesting because it wasn't, in some ways, it was like women's rights, but it was kind of this ugly sounding legislation. So it didn't sound as threatening. Like, how bad can it be that girls play sports? I just won't go to the games. So I think as women, we need to be, I'm working on myself of being more clever, strategic, working with the brain, thinking about power in different ways. When do you go like this and when do you sit back? Like how to be clever and in a loving, transparent way as we're making that change. The other just thing, if this is my last moment, really ask yourself, can really the world change if we don't get 50% of women in politics? And should I raise my hand and go into public service like Swati is, not as an elected official, but working in the public sector or in the political system itself? Everyone complains about politics. I hear it in India. I hear it in my country. Will it change unless we go from the inside out? The only option is we change it from the inside out or there's bloody revolution. And I don't want that. So really ask yourselves, how can I support more women to get into politics? That's when the real substantive change will happen.
Okay, last few words from all of you. And Paridhi, let me come to you. So a broad question. What is it that you are doing or will do or would want to do to create the next generation of women leaders? And I'm coming with the same question to the other speakers as well.
Thank you. Yes, that's a very broad question. But I think just a couple of things that I think helped me, and I would like that sort of as a culture to continue, is I think how we view education. I think education currently is viewed at slightly narrowly in terms of, sort of the degree and, everything. But I think there are a couple of other things that we need to be getting as well to be competitive in the workplace and also sort of secure our rights. And one of the key aspects of that is actually learning to understand and get comfortable with numbers and finance. I think financial independence is also something that, we should strive towards. And I think even something as simple as, teaching your domestic staff to understand where does their salary go and are their husbands siphoning it off or what is it? I think just even small things like that can go a long way in terms of building that self-respect. And I think more active mentorship. I think one thing that women lack both in a structured and an unstructured way is formal mentorship. I think sharam mein most men will not get involved, and there's always this unsaid thing that two women will not really guide each other. And there's ego. I think all of that needs to just be shed, and we need to really think about how do you sort of create a system that can tap into some of the more feminine aspects, bring in some of the male skill sets, try to make it more gender agnostic and make women more competitive in the workplace. After a point, I think the conversation around whether a man and woman should be promoted will die down in that manner. I think this is something we're promoting in our households and in our organization, but it needs to be done at a much, much larger scale.
Right. Thank you, Paridhi. I think the point about financial literacy leading to financial independence is a very, very powerful one and applies across social and economic strata. Thank you for that. Chetna, I think you made some good points or rather interesting points about the multiplier effect, and maybe you want to touch more upon that as part of your closing comments.
As part of an educationist, firstly, I would like to say that children very early on in life learn that it is our materialistic achievements that define success in this world. But what about our persona? What about our personal growth? 1 in 5 children and youth have actually been diagnosed with emotional, behavioral, or mental health disorders. Why are we not looking at that? So as an educator, I would, want people to be aware of this as we as educators are first line defense of students for the students. And I believe that mental health awareness and education have to be made part of our curriculum. And obviously, when we have mentally healthy children, they're going to be more successful in all walks of life. I want, Paridhi, you mentioned that too. So it's very important to foster a positive and motivating culture for both students and staff. This is starting at the grassroots level. Our education system needs to be changed a little bit. And that's what I am aiming to do, Govindraj.
Thank you so much. Meher, it's over to you.
Thank you. And this is all that my book is all about. Come alive, don't just exist. Power, like Swati very well said, power is a state of mind, and you can gain authentic power by connecting with yourself, by understanding who you are, and knowing yourself for who you are, because we all have power. We all have so much power. All we have to do is just connect with ourselves. And I do believe the more women know themselves for who they are, what happens is all of us are born with no beliefs, but we gain beliefs. And the only way to change our beliefs and our mentality is to educate yourself and know yourself. And I'm a big believer, and my entire book is on how you make yourself powerful by knowing and connecting with yourself, because that's all that matters. More than materialistic achievements, it's all what you achieved on a soul level, like Chetna said very clearly. And yes, I'm very happy to be here. And my mission is, my next book is going to be on how we can be the change we want to see in the world, how a woman can achieve it all, and how we can cultivate love in leadership. My next book is going to focus on how we can love all the stakeholders and actually succeed, because that's what matters in life. Ultimately, it's about the journey, not about the destination. And I'd just like to have a second to say thank you to Swati for the wonderful work she's doing. And I mean, it's really commendable. I'm speechless, actually. So thank you, and keep going. And yes, self-care is super most important, because we need people like you. So please take care of yourself. Thank you everybody.
Right, and maybe some of you can help her doing the work she's doing, and you can do that offline. Swati, last word to you. And I think the one question that obviously I want to ask is, how do you create the next generation of Swati Maniwals?
I think there's just one Swati Maliwal that has become the face of the commission, but you should come and see sometime. I would invite all of you to come and visit the commission once. You have such fiery and amazing women here. And the team that we have built here, and there are men also, the team that we have built here, there's a lot of passion. And I think, the best part about the team is that if someday I feel that, no, maybe this is something that we should not do, there would be at least 10 people on my head saying, no, this is something you have to do, So I think that has been the best part about my journey. So already there are just so many people. It's just as that, yes, obviously our work has become a bit more highlighted, but I am aware of so many such women who are already doing so much more probably than what we are doing. To the question that you had asked everyone, just a quick 3-4 points. One is obviously 50% women in politics is a must. Today we have hardly 9 or 10 or 11% in the parliament, which is not done at all. I think at all levels you should have more women in politics. We also need to talk about education, like everybody else spoke before me. And I think what generally we do is we are trying to educate our girls in the sense that about aise baitho, aise mat karo, you should do this, you should not do this. We generally don't speak to our boys. The commission actually, we started a very interesting project once. In fact, some boys approached me and they said that we want to do this campaign. And they did a very interesting campaign. It was a rally that they took out in the heart of Delhi in only their boxer shorts. Okay, there were these group of men, I think around 1,000, and just wearing boxer shorts, and they had painted their bodies saying that, how many clothes does a girl, how many, I feel safe in even in this way, and how many clothes does a girl have to wear in order to feel safe, or what clothes was that 8-month-old baby was wearing. And it was amazing. The result was phenomenal. I was myself watching that rally, and I realized that so many men stopped and so many men interacted. And mostly what we do is all our programs, everything is focused on women, and generally we forget to talk to boys. So I think it is very important that we should talk to our boys, and through schools and through other mechanisms. And financial independence is extremely crucial, but at the same time we have to nurture that independence in the mind. I have seen so many women here in the commission. They're CEOs, they're doing so well, they're so financially independent, and yet they would come here and they would cry for hours because the husband cheated on them, and they are not having the courage to walk out of that relationship. Somehow they want us to somehow get things okay to the way they were. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, financial independence is very crucial, but this entire aspect has completely changed this experience of the commission has changed my understanding to that extent. I have seen people who are living in juggies, women, and they fight for their rights. And I have seen so many very, very learned, very educated, very accomplished women, sort of being very subservient to an issue like domestic violence, just because they don't feel powerful in their mind. So I think that is something that we really need to work upon.
Right.
And thank you so much. I just want to tell you that generally I don't come for these panel discussions, but I came because I was very inspired by all the other speakers, and I request all these amazing women to please help the commission, and let's connect, and let's try and work together.
Right, that's a wonderful note to end on, and we've run out of time completely. I don't want to take up any more time trying to sum up this beautiful conversation and insights from all of you. So, Lisa, Paridi, Chetna, Meher, and Swati, thank you very much. My extended thanks to FICCI for inviting me to host this wonderful discussion. So, it's back to you, Lena. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
upon new ideas. And at today's valedictory session, we have the privilege of having with us two great personalities who embody leadership and the youth. And they espouse every admirable and inspirational characteristic of the youth that we have discussed in our sessions over the last 2 days. And I could not have asked for a better valedictory session. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Taapsee Pannu, an eminent film personality. She is the winner of 2 Filmfare Awards, amongst many others. An actor and producer, she started with her film career in 2010 and has since become a leader in the space. With her marvelous acting skills and hardworking devotion, she has made a mark and carved out her own identity and space in the film industry. She has also been featured in Forbes India's Celebrity 100 list. The face of Indian cinema, her movies like Badla, Pink, Thappad, amongst many others, have left all of us spellbound. We also have the honor of having with us Ms. Vani Tripathi. An actor and producer by profession, she is one of the youngest ever members of the Central Board of Film Certification. She has been a socio-political activist, and her campaigns and outreach programs have focused on encouraging women's participation in politics and bringing the youth to a universal platform that addresses issues including education, empowerment, and employment. She's been closely involved with theatre, films, and television, having worked in projects in India as well as abroad. She founded the country's first state-run drama school in Bhopal in 2011. With that introduction, Vani ji, over to you for what promises to be an exciting session and an apt valedictory to our Global Young Leaders Week.
Thank you, Shashwat, and congratulations, FICCI, for the Young Leaders Forum this year. And of course, we are meeting virtually, not physically. And so many thousands of miles away is my dear friend, somebody I absolutely admire, and a stellar firehouse. This fireside chat is with the firehouse. It's Diwali time. Fireworks and crackers are also virtual this year. Welcome, Taapsee Pannu, who joins us from London.
Thank
shooting
you.
a new film. And congratulations on this gorgeous film you've just about released in the mid of October called Rashmi Rocket. Tell us, what are you shooting in London right now? And how was Rashmi received by people all across the world right now?
Thank you so much. And I am just a second. I think I'm so sorry. I've just got a call on my room service. Can I just attend it? There's no one else to answer it.
Sure, you can. Perils of virtual reality.
Okay, great. It had to get disconnected the moment I attended it. But anyway, yes. So I'll start with the fact that I am feeling really embarrassed with these kind of like overwhelming introductory words, and then Vani being always a little biased towards me. I feel this is one of those people who you always feel like whenever you want to make yourself feel nice about yourself, just call them up or meet them. So that will make you feel like you are in like an upbeat mood. So I'm glad we're having this chat, even if it's miles away in this gloomy weather of London. I'm here shooting for Shabash Mittu, the final leg of the film before we call it a wrap. And yeah, I mean, another milestone film of sorts for me. Whenever it releases, I hope it gets received as well or better than what we actually released this October, which is Rashmi Rocket, which was so overwhelmingly received by people. A topic that was considered to be a taboo. Not many people talk about it. Started off being conceived as a probably another sports drama, ended up being something which is a little more landmark, a topic that is not really discussed that openly in mainstream. Many don't even know about it, about gender testing in sports with women. And I've got some beautiful letters from athletes, from a lot of activists who work for women. I've got some really beautiful letters, write-ups, and interpretations of the film that have come from all corners. So yeah, I'm still basking in that glory and happiness, and that's why all this mood becomes even better with all of you here, sharing it with all of you here. This gives me encouragement, like, okay, when you touch something that is not really touched, not really spoken about, and people are open to receiving it and receiving it so well, you get the confidence to keep going at it more and more with every film that you do.
And with every film that you do, Tapsi, there are so many more glass ceilings that you continue to crack. And I do want to talk a little more about Ashni Rocket because despite a very large body of work already being these many years in the industry, I think you famously said to me a few months ago, I've actually made a profession out of, breaking or trying to crack the glass ceiling when it comes to women in India. Which makes it so much more pertinent to understand that Rashmi spoke about something which is the most uncomfortable truth and subtext of the sports industry, which is gender testing. While you were working on the film, obviously you were at the peak of your game as far as your fitness is concerned. When we saw you on screen, we actually saw an athlete. But tell us, what happened while you were researching this project and this character, and what gender testing can or cannot mean for women, or sports women, globally and also in the context of a country like India?
So when I got the script, I was very shocked to know that I myself didn't know about gender testing. So that became an eye opener. Suddenly, I went on to Google, searched and researched more and more, and I was appalled. The more and more I read about it, I was appalled more and more because it is just such a regressive and a biased test, which happens only to women and not to men. Where a woman is considered a woman enough to run in a race or in any tournament if she has testosterone levels in a certain range. And beyond that, even if it's genetic, you're born with it, you are asked to either take medical help to lower it, basically tamper with your body, which is genetically given to you by God, or you run a man's race, or you just quit. These are the only options left to a woman, which was very, very appalling at that point. And I thought, okay, I, being such a sports lover, I didn't know about it. So I was like, okay, if I didn't know about it, there will be many who don't know about it. And more we started working on the film. We would have loved to speak to a lot of women who have gone through it. But surprisingly, shockingly, actually, athletes don't want to come out and talk about it. While we were actually at it, while promoting the film as well, we wanted to reach out to athletes who've gone through it in some way. And they were like, no, we can't come out and speak about it because it's such a taboo and an awkward topic. And reading about it, we got to know how this is misconceived as a test which decides if you are actually a woman or no, because it's called a gender test at the end of the day. And people in smaller cities, smaller areas, especially when it comes to country like ours, if you see, most of our athletes come from small towns, small cities. People are not really aware about these scientific connotations of things. So when a girl from that kind of a small town or city fails a gender test and goes back, and the whole village or city or town gets to know that gender test has been failed, it's conceived as she's not a woman enough. Oh, there is something wrong with her. It's not really considered as something which is natural. It's not something it's in her control. So the whole question on her womanhood is raised. Is she even a woman? And that has led to a lot of suicides. A lot of athletes have gone into some severe depressions, have left athletics together. They don't want to go back to athletics because of the kind of humiliation they've faced, and nobody really counsels them or generates awareness about this kind of a problem. We celebrate their victories when they win, but these kind of issues which come on the way, the hurdles that come in their way, none of us really are aware about it or help them to deal with it. So hence it was important for a film to eventually bring it up in mainstream, to actually come up and tell that, okay, this is a problem that they face during that journey before they reach the medal. So let's help them reach that medal and celebrate it while they are in their quest to reach to that medal, and not just when they receive the medal. And especially the fact that it happens only to women. I have a lot of these scientific research that went behind it. I myself did a lot of research on, is it really viable to stop a woman because she has some added advantage? There's no scientific relevance of this test. First of all, there's nobody who can come and say that, okay, because your testosterone levels are high, you can run faster. There are a lot of male athletes who have lower testosterone levels, actually, who are lower than the average male testosterone levels who are actually running. And they have shown there that even lower testosterone level men can be faster than the higher testosterone level men. So that's got nothing to do with your speed. So all these research and all have actually, that's why they have slowly started opening up their horizon and saying, okay, a woman can run if she, a 100 meter or a 200 meter or a 400 meter, but beyond that she can't. There are certain restrictions that they have taken off. Okay, you can run certain kinds of races, but not all still. I really think if you want to decide basis testosterone, that what can be the categories, then make it like weightlifting, where you have weight categories. Then you can make testosterone categories, but then you have to take off the whole gender category. Then you are only considering, it can't be a man's race or a woman's race. Then you're deciding the woman's race or a man's race basis the testosterone and not basis the gender. So there needs to be a review that needs to happen. This test was started during World War time, when men used to disguise themselves as women to run in women's race. And that is when the test was introduced. So now if they want to, it's been decades. I'm sure we have progressed scientifically so much that we can look at newer ways to test if a man is running in a disguise of a woman or no. So I think that a certain review needs to happen.
I, with the passion with which you're speaking, and imagine an actor is speaking. Of course, you are heavy into athletics, and you're in the middle of another film where you will be probably training very hard, and we'll come to that too. But having said that, one of the most poignant moments of the film is that she's pregnant and she runs a race. Isn't that also a very big taboo, that women, if they are carrying babies and if they are in the middle of their pregnancy, should not be participating in sports or in, I mean, the common misnomer is, अभी उसका पाँव भारी है तो अब उसको बिल्कुल रेस्ट करना चाहिए. This is that, commonality of the, traditional thinking around women. Again, that's a very big taboo broken. We see you pregnant in the film and running.
Yeah.
I mean, what a poignant moment that was, of the film. While you were doing it, and another film, we saw you pregnant right at the end, Tappad, one of my favorite films forever, you know that. I'll come to that too. How was it while you were filming this, and what was happening in your head, when we see Rashmi pregnant and, running a race?
Again, that was something that we haven't seen on Indian screens before. So I was very possessive about the fact that this should not go out before the film is actually out. That's why even in the trailer and promotion time, we did not really bring up this topic of, the pregnancy part of it. We kept that third act under wraps till the film release, because we wanted to give the audience something more than what they expect after seeing the trailer. And again, this has been a topic that has time and again being raised in media. Actually, it is not one of those topics like gender testing where people don't want to talk about it. Here, a lot of women who have ran or played a sport when they were pregnant, be it Serena Williams or Cheryl Swoops, who we mentioned in the film, or even there is recently, I'm forgetting the name of that lady who ran a race when she was pregnant. And I finally I came across that video while after I had finished shooting and I was promoting the film. I got to know about this woman who ran a race, a 100-meter or a 200-meter race. I don't remember clearly. And she said, she was pregnant. Okay, she had a proper belly, pregnant, ready to run the race. And while she was sitting on the starter block, I could hear a voiceover of her interview in that video where she said that I'm not running here to win. I know I might not win, but I'm just running to prove that a mother is strong enough to run. Just because she's becoming a mother doesn't make her weak. So just to show that point and prove that point, that don't think I'm incapable. And hence, that line also in the film that comes where she says, "Agar ye mat sochna ke jeetungi nahi kyunki pregnant hu." So that also comes from there, where it's just, this is not a handicap of any kind. It is actually something that gives you an added reason to live, an added reason to push yourself. That it's a beautiful connection that you form with someone before that kid is born, to make sure you putting a right precedence in front of the kid, that I would never want this kid to grow up and feel like because of this kid I was not able to do something that I wanted to do for the rest of for most of my life. And something that really took those precious time out of me, or that precious opportunity out of my hand. So never wanted to show it as a problem in a woman's life. So never in the film you'll feel like, okay, this is going to be a thing that's going to pull her down. It was always like the family was supportive, the husband, the parents, even she herself was ready to prepared that, okay, it's going to be challenging, but it's not going to be something that's impossible. And I'm going to make sure I'm going to give it all it has for those last 13 seconds. And she's like, and I love that conversation that happens in the locker room before she goes on the track with the baby, where she says, तू शायद सबसे इंडिया का सबसे छोटा athlete होगा, and I'm sorry and I'm sorry that I didn't take your permission ये भागने से पहले, but बस तू 13 सेकंड साथ दे दे मेरा, फिर एक दिन आएगा मैं तुझे ये कहानी सुनाऊंगी. So that I think was the most beautiful.
I mean, yeah, that's such a salute to womanhood. That's such a salute to motherhood. Reminded me of a play that I had done scene work for many moons ago in drama school called Letter to a Child Never Born. And so poignant, you're actually holding your belly and you're talking to the unborn kid and saying, "Bas mera saath de de." I mean, what a beautiful moment. Not just on the Indian celluloid, I think world over, this very rarely do you see moments which stay with you. So congratulations on that film, and Taapsee.
Thank you.
There is so much to talk to you about. Most of the films that you have done in the recent past. But one film that stands out for me, apart from Pink, which I will come to, a little later, is Thappad. And Thappad rose from the annals of history to prove a point to not just women, but to society and people, where that one line is what is thrown, "Arey kamal ho gaya, ek thappad hi to tha." So, what a big revolt it is in so many ways, without being rebellious in a societal way. You having that quiet conversation with that mother-in-law, and you're pregnant, and you're trying to say that it is also about who I am, or rather, it is about who I am. Tell us a little bit of this journey. I mean, of Thappad, and also. Why is it that we still have a notion about one slap not being enough for a woman to walk out of an abusive marriage?
Actually, Thappad came out of a very poignant discussion between me and Anubhav sir on a plane while we were promoting Mulk, and just discussing about how we don't really speak about some very basic issues of our society, which we come across on daily basis, but we don't make stories around it. They end up just being probably a sub-layer of a story. So then, while discussing that, I happened to tell him about how I know so many women around me, educated, independent, working women, who go through this, who have a toxic relationship in which the husband takes it for granted that no matter what he does, he can come back home to her, or they'll end up being together regardless of whatever is happening between them. And they are fine with it because they feel, okay, in love, that's okay. You sometimes you are with each other in good and bad, so this is the bad, so you end up being with each other. But my question to them is, if the other person is really sorry about what has happened, why has it kept happening? The sorry for me always means that this will not happen again. If it happens again, then there's something that person was not really sorry. There was no regret, actually. This is just a habit. It's not something that happened one odd time. So that discussion was happening at how can the most educated, sensible women, it's not about the fact that they don't have anywhere to go or they don't have a life to live beyond the husband's life, are going through this on daily basis. And that through that discussion, we started forming this story. And at that time, I remember the discussions were, should we base the character out of, not so well off household, or a little more smaller city and all. And I remember telling Anubhav sir, I said, that's going to be convenient, because then we're going to shove it under the carpet saying that, oh, hamare yahan nahi hota hai ye, this is for people who are not that well off or not that educated. So let's just target the elephant in the room. This happens at every level. So that's when sir came up with this beautiful idea of placing her in the situation where you feel like yahan to ho hi nahi sakta types. The guy is so good, the family is so loving towards the girl. Even the girl, I mean, she is a housewife by choice. It's not even like a work issue that creeps into the personal life of people, where they can't manage personal life because of professional life. That angle also he cut off. It's like, even in this situation it happens, and when it happens, it's most unexpected for a woman like Amrita to say, I'm not going to take it after that first slap itself. The problem was not that he did a mistake. The problem was that he did not realize it was a mistake. That was the bigger problem. When people say it's just a slap, it is not just a slap. It's about the fact that it was just one slap for him, which was not bigger problem enough to even apologize. Or there were so many of the problems with the family and how they treated the issue. All that was coming up. It became like snowball effect of problems after that. So the problem was not just one slap. It's how that family and the husband perceived that slap versus how the woman perceived the slap. And so many times after the film released, I had so many women also actually thinking, ek thappadi to tha. Not just men. I'm shocked. I was shocked. I almost lost my temper in one of the screenings, where there was one woman and said, ek hi to tha, matlab. I'm like, who decides? That's the problem with all of us, where we tell the other woman, this is enough for you and this should not be enough for you. Then this destroys the very meaning of feminism, where you're telling another female that ek theek tha, 10 hote to theek nahi hote.
Yes.
Matlab, who decides how much is enough? For you, it might be 5. For me, it was 1. Does that make me in any way less respectful than you? No, it doesn't. Or less right than you? No, it doesn't. So the mutual respect of each other's self-respect should be there, where I decide I don't want to take the first one as well. And if I see my husband not regretful, not sorry for what has happened, rather, trying to reason it out, in fact, then, and the whole family supporting it, then definitely I'm in a space that I don't align with, where my sensibilities are concerned. And this is not going to be the right household I would want to bring up my kid in, because I don't want that kid to grow up into this household who has these kind of sensibilities. So, there are a lot of women around who I know who want to continue this relationship for the sake of kid. There were so many women who came up to me after the release and they said, bas bachcha ho gaya tha, tab uske liye. I'm like, so you want that kid to grow up in a household where they're going to see this toxic relationship between the parents every single day. And imagine the kind of upbringing that child will have and the kind of impression of relationship that child will form. Tomorrow, your child is going to do the same to their better halves. If it's going to be a boy, will grow up to believe that he also has this authority over the wife. If there's a girl who will grow up to believe that, I am this commodity who can be treated like this. So for the sake of kid, in fact, you should be decisive enough to know, are you wanting that kid to grow up in this kind of household or no? For that kid, you should take that drastic step.
So obviously this is about patriarchy, which runs deep into the, probably the societal DNA of, various countries, including ours. But the triumvirate of emancipation and the triumvirate of embodiment of women liberation within your body of work is also a film called Pink. And one of the things, when I speak on cinema, I go to a lot of forums and speak on women in cinema, which is my favorite subject, and also the core of, what I feel, what cinema can do, and how women are very much a part of it, is that Pink broke one more misnomer within the industry that you and I belong to, that if the protagonist of a film is a woman or women, one or several, and the subject matter of a film is woman-centric, first, it used to be the propaganda that the film will not get produced, it will not get financed, it will probably not get a box office release, and then on top of it all, if it talks about women emancipation, nobody's going to watch it. Pink broke every possible rule of this fictitious rule book, which has been there for decades in the film industry. So no means no was not just a line in the film. No means no was also a line which broke a very big, or rather cracked a very big glass ceiling within the film industry. Pink was a very special film for you also, Tapsi. Tell us a little about it.
When it came to me, I was literally a nobody, just one film old in the film industry. And that's when Shujita discussed this idea with me. And he said, do you think a film should be made on this? It was a very strange thing for a producer like him, producer director like him, to ask me a question, total newbie in the industry. And I was like, you're basing it out of my city. I've been born and brought up there. I'm sure I haven't seen something of this sort on screen before. But if you ask me if I would want to, yes, I would want to see something like this, because that's how I say yes or no to films. Do I want to see this on screen? So that will be a yes. So then he wrote the entire script, and he did not tell me about Mr. Bachchan being a part of it or no. He just said it's going to be about 3 girls and based out of Delhi, and this is what happens, and all these things that happen in their life after the molestation, and we're going to deal with this problem on screen. So I said, it's very, very unnerving kind of a topic and touches you instantly. Especially, I said, I'll be a little biased because you're asking a Delhi girl eventually about how she's going to feel about this topic. So I'll be a little biased, and there'll be always a strong yes coming from me. So I would give you that extra push to actually make sure this happens. And then he modeled the character of Meenal around me in a lot of ways, because it was like, then taking a lot of inputs from me and to shape up that character, and a lot of things that in film that happened, discussing from all the girls who really have lived in Delhi and the kind of things that they face. And then he told me, after a final yes and all that discussion was over, that I'm doing it. Then he told me that Mr. Bachchan will be doing the lawyer's part, which came as a very pleasant surprise, because I honestly never thought of, for a topic like this, for a film which is about 3 women primarily, we're going to have a superstar like him be the lawyer, and we're going to discuss he's going to have mouth lines like, are you a virgin, which were probably never spoken about on big screen before. And shockingly enough, that was the opening of the trailer as well, when we came up with the trailer, which instantly hooked everyone. So everything was happening for the first time ever in that film, in a lot of ways. Became more than just a film for me, because I was pouring a part of myself into it, with the kind of life or the things that I've heard and seen around me while I was growing up. So it ended up becoming an extension of your own self, and hence it holds a special place. But I did not realize, honestly, at all, we are creating a mammoth of that size when the film released. I remember Friday it released, we opened the film for screenings on Monday itself. And we had like five screenings happening from Monday itself. We were super confident of the product. And obviously, when you associate it with people like Shujit Sarkar, that it's going to be quality product. So I was never really double-minded about how the film is going to be. But I swear I had no idea it's going to be received this way by the audience, where we're going to have families going together to watch it. That was like, we had father, daughters watching the film together. We saw them coming out of the theater together, teary-eyed. It was a big, a glass ceiling is shattering in front of my eyes when I didn't even intend to break it at that time. So it was just something that I wanted to do at a personal level, to be a part of this kind of a film. Seeing that kind of a response from audience gave all of us such big hope. And nobody was ready to pick that up, that film. No studio was ready to pick that up. It's not like we didn't go to studios. It's like Shujit Sarkar went to a few studios to release the film. And nobody wanted to touch it, because they thought it's such a taboo topic, and it's such an intense drama, not really the most lucrative project to be a part of. and it just has Mr. Bachchan and nobody else who's of any recall value in the film. So there was no profit that was visible to anyone. But then their bad luck and sheer good luck of people who genuinely believed in this film, that this film made the kind of money it did and gave confidence to so many others. When one film like that runs at box office, it's not just about the people attached to that film. It gives confidence to so many people across the industry that something like this can happen. It can make money. So just start thinking out of the box and don't be confined by the shackles of commercial cinema formula, thinking that beyond this nothing can earn you money. So for me, that glass ceiling broke too early, and hence after that I had no apprehension of picking up any taboo topic after that. It was in fact became, as I told you, a reason of my career being the way it is. I'm just breaking one glass ceiling after the other because that's helping me make my career. It started off with Pink and then it's been going on till now.
And there's an audience question, exactly connecting to what you just said, is that, ma'am, most of your films have a social message for the society. Does it motivate you to do more justice to your role so that the message is communicated in a strong way? Which is a trajectory, true enough, which it has been. It's not about vigilante justice or, a Zakhmi Aurat, and all of that. You are very normal in all of these roles, as a woman who has a voice, and the communicative part of finding justice itself is so emancipatory in most of your films. So how do you see this communicability, which probably your films are creating with the audience right now?
I think this is my trump card, that I'm relatable. Way early in my career, I realized that the trajectory of being aspirational heroine, or someone who's a diva, someone who you feel like is larger than life as a heroine, is not going to work for me. It is not working for me, and there are way too many other actresses who are running in that line or standing in that queue. It's just not gonna make sense for me to add on to that. Let's have a presence of your own. And my biggest card became the relatability card, because I came from a background which is like most of the middle class household, right? I've had that kind of childhood, my school, my college, and I was like, why not make this the thing that is being looked upon as something like, she's from the outside, or she doesn't have the pedigree of anyone in the industry or experience anyone mentoring her. There's no one mentoring her. Why don't I make this this downside, so-called downside of mine, as my biggest weapon? And that's exactly what I did. I started picking up roles which made anyone who's watching the film feel like this can be my story. Oh, this is me. Oh, I also behave like that. I also react like that. Because they started looking at themselves as the protagonist of the film then. And hence that relatability quotient helped me become a household name and become a very organic part of their lives. Because I have a lot of people who come and tell me that, you feel like one of us. Yeah, exactly. That was the idea. I wanted to be one of you. I wanted all of you to take me back home, to discuss me, in your living room, not just forget me when you leave out of the theater. So hence I represent any one of you on screen. So that was a very conscious choice that I did. And when you do that, you connect more, you relate more, and your impact is also more.
One of the other films which really stands out for me is Man Marziyan, with the complexity, confused relationship of a young couple, probably not just from an urban center, but a semi-urban center. And yet when you look at the character you play in Man Marziyan, she is somebody who stands for a certain type of a young girl, today. How different is that from what Pink was or what Thappad is? Or is it a collaborative approach of, how we look at women today and, the kind of lives they wish to lead, around us?
See, Pink and Thappad were more towards that, righteous side, where, you always trying to question the right and be the right? Whereas Man Marziyan was my gray, where you are not the most right in the books person, but you make mistakes. You know that you're making mistake, you still want to make that mistake because you believe that, this is what I want to do. It's okay, let me make my mistake, I'll fall, I'll get up myself. Where you consciously are aware of what you're doing, but you still want to do it because it just gives you happiness. To have that control on your life is not something that we have seen very often in love stories in our films, because mostly the girl's life is dictated either by the boy she's in love with, or by the family who says yes or no to her choice of the partner. Here there was nobody else that was making that choice for her. It was not like someone forced her to fall in love with Vicky or to marry Robbie. It was her decision every single time. So she had the authority and power every time. She was not the bichari. That's what today's girls are, where they make mistakes in full control of their lives, knowing that okay, this might go haywire, but they still want to do it because later on they don't want to regret ki agar yaar kash, if I would have tried one last time, na maybe it would have worked. And learning from your own mistakes is the biggest and the best teacher than someone else telling you that you should do this, you should not do this. You burn your own fingers, not to go there again. So that is what today's young generation, especially women, are. They like to learn from their own mistakes and but still have a control in their life. And commitment issues are bigger problem today. The problem is not mummy nahi maan rahi, papa nahi maan rahe. Today, the parents are like, whatever makes you happy most of the times. It's not like they're like, okay, you decide, you can do, you are educated enough, you can choose a partner for yourself. But it's mostly the problem is between two people. The problem is because of the two people. It's not because of any third person most of the time. So that side of love story, which was not really shown that frequently, where a heartbroken female side was not really spoken of. It's mostly we have seen the Devta side where, how a heart breaks of a man and then he becomes a drunkard and all of that. So we've never seen a heartbroken female, which was probably new and refreshing to see. And I was so happy and proud of the fact that I was part of it. I'd never done a love story before in 10 years of my career. And when Manmarzia happened, I was like, wow, I think I've satisfied those 10 years of my career of not doing any love story by doing just this one. So it's just like mother of all love stories. So yeah, so that is quite, it is the gray of our life that was highlighted in Manmarzia.
Tapsi, the last decade or so, maybe the 12, 15 years of Indian cinema have been path-breaking. Also in terms of creating roles where women are not hourglass figures drenched in the rain, being babe in the woods, around arm candy, to a hero who's gun-totting and killing 35 goons in one go. These women are real. They are also sometimes patchy. They are not all that perfect, as you said. They are also ugly, and not in a beautification sense. Ugly meaning it's real and it's not that empirical idea of being that gorgeous woman, who absolutely is, the goddess, which everybody wants to touch. How has this reality seeped in your generation of, actors, actresses, whatever the gender denomination is, within the industry that you belong to? And also, one thing that's written about you a lot, that heroes are very scared of being cast opposite you. Male actors just die a million deaths. It's a Taapsee Vannu film. No way. It's a reversal of roles. This used to be the Bachchan Saab. Oh, opposite Bachchan Saab. Oh, opposite Dev Saab. Oh, opposite Dharmendra Ji. Here it's exactly the opposite. The tables have turned. I mean, where are we going henceforth from this narrative?
I really don't know if to take it as a compliment or a comment, because it's strange. I sometimes I hear some really bizarre things. Like, okay, let's just forget about hearing what I hear. Just take the statistics. If you see any A-list a female who's headlining a project, who's a protagonist of the film, you never see an A-lister guy opposite her. It's always someone, who's still like climbing up the ladder, actor who's a really good actor who deserves to be in that position but still climbing up the ladder. That kind of a character being taken opposite someone who's probably worked her way up and reached there. It's always like you take the best of the best actresses or female stars we have in the industry today, and if you see the films that they've been casted as protagonists in and see the actors opposite them, this is a situation. But its reverse is not true. You see our A-listers, you see even for those 5-6 scenes opposite them, you will see the best of female stars there. It is clearly understood, what it says about the security, the sense of security and confidence a female actor will have versus a male actor. We know that if you give us 5-6 scenes, it's okay to make our presence felt. You do a Mission Mangal, you have 5 female actors together in a film who have in their individual capacity headlined films. And you tell me about any one such film where there are 5 men together, who have headlined the films respectively. None of them. And it just talks about the sense of security female actors have. Honestly, for so many years, we've just been making peace with the little bit that we get. Okay, we have just been making peace and getting satisfied with that. So now that center stage is too big for us right now to fathom. So we are just happy. We are content people. We know that we have walked a long way from what it was to where we are right now. So we're just happy and humbled with whatever we have. We don't have that sense of insecurity as to, what if this doesn't, what if she takes the more attention? What if, that guy has more attention in the film than me? Because we already have walked that long way and we are really happy with where we have reached right now after all the struggle that we have. So that is a big major problem. You talk to any actress across board, the same problem. Every film I sit with my producer and discuss this. Okay, let's start from scratch. We'll go from our top down list of our best choice for the role, which will never the top 5 will not happen. And those top 5 will actually include male actors who've just done 1 or 2 films. They're not even like, say, a film 10 films old or something. Just done 1 or 2 films, but the system around them trains them to be such that they don't want to play a part which is 10% less than a female. That's something that they directly convey in a discussion. Oh, I really like your script, but at this stage of my career, I've been told not to do a part which is 10%, this little less than the woman. So we don't understand. You're just 1 film old. What stage of your career is this? So these are the things that, there was a guy, I would not really name that actor, but he was asked to do one of the parts and he's like, I remember in Blur, he was asked, because I have a double role in that. He's like, एक तापसी को संभालना मुश्किल होता है पिक्चर में, यहाँ पे 2 है तो मैं I don't. So he just is like, no, I think I'll give this a pass. I really didn't know. I had to laugh at it or feel sad at the situation that is. There was one of my co-actors who was asked to do a film with me. I'd worked with him before, and there was another film that we were offered together. And he just said, no, I don't want to do this film because eventually the sympathy goes more with the girl by the end of it. And it is a love story, equal part. He just didn't want to do it because the girl will get more attention. And I was like, with an actor like you, I expected a little more of confidence and sense of security. I actually said that to him. He's a senior actor than me. He's done way more number of films, bigger star also. But I just couldn't hold on to that. I said, I expected much more from you, being the kind of actor you are. But that's the sad truth that we are dealing with every day. And we can complain about it, crib about it, but we have to make our way through it. I remember when, even during Thappad, it's not like Anubhav sir couldn't have called, whoever he would have wanted to. I'm sure that some guys would have obliged it also, being Anubhav sir. But he was like, leave it. We'll get someone new. We will make that person a star after this film. So, so he had that confidence that he'll make it happen. That is the confidence most of the directors end up going with, because they don't really have an option. They don't want to keep hearing one no after the other. So that is the sad reality which happens with all of us across board.
So, these are personal journeys, one understands, and of course, your own sense of security is what gets indicted. That is what gets reflected when it comes to, of course. But a very interesting question just cropped up for you, which connects to this thought that making movies is a very difficult job. It demands a lot of time, cuts you off from the world sometimes, and keeps you, motivated. What is it that keeps you motivated to go forward? And sometimes you may be, and in times like COVID, when realities have changed, we are not on the set with 150 people anymore. We are much more reclusive than we ever were. In times like these, what is it that, keeps actors going today, given the fact that some of these journeys can be lonely sometimes?
No, there is most of this journey is lonely actually. You have to make sure you create surroundings, especially my way of dealing with the hard side of this industry or the life of being in this industry is to have a personal life which is going to be totally disconnected from my professional life, which is like my cushion I fall back on. I've voluntarily and very consciously kept my personal life away and not connected in any way to my professional life because I really want to feel disconnected from my professional life when I come back home. So that being one thing. And if you ask me what keeps me motivated, there are very few actors. Mostly what happens with actors is that when we go out and people meet us or when they write to us and all, they'll be like, oh, your work was good in that film. Congratulations for a hit film. You look really good in that film or you perform really well in that film. But there are very few actors who get letters and messages saying, thank you for doing this film. Thank you for being there. Thank you for addressing this. Thank you for speaking up. Not many actors can really boast about these kind of compliments, and these really keep me motivated because every now and then I come across these beautiful messages and people just want to stop and talk to me about just thanking me for doing something or thanking me for doing this which inspired them to do something in their life. They just discuss that and go away. It's not just about taking a selfie or an autograph. It's just about you did this, it inspired me to do that because of this, so thank you for doing it. So that is way more gratifying than be saying that your performance was really good or you looked really good in that film or you're my favorite or whatever. So that keeps me going when I feel like, okay, maybe I don't have enough in me now to push. Then I feel like, no, then there are a bunch of them who've really looked up to me and have expectations out of me, and I can't let them down.
But, filmmaking is also a lot about collaborations, Tapsi. With a younger lot of actors, you're all one of the, that era of filmmaking, which is breaking old boundaries, which is creating new narratives. Are there enough young men, enough male actors? I do understand the sense of security part, which we discussed, but which are more collaborative than they ever have been. I do feel when I look at directors today, looking at also most of your films, or mostly all of them are directed by men. They are written by men. So it's not that the emancipation only belongs to women. I think that narrative is also finally cracking up. Women for women. If Sofia Coppola gets the best director award at the Cannes Film Festival, she gets it for a film she's made for all the people, all genders, inclusive, not just the women. Are there deeper collaborations emerging? Are we seeing more men who are not just pro-women? When I look at my own father, being the only child of two academics, my father was a brilliant feminist. And that is what probably defined my journey as, to where I am. I'm still work in progress though. But are there collaborations that you're seeing emerge around you which are, interesting and which are inclusive and which are creative, around you?
Definitely. I think it eventually a cycle runs with both the tires in sync together. It can't be, with just one trying to push through the other. As you rightly said, most of my films are written and directed by men, which have given me some beautiful female characters, such layered female characters. It has to be the men who believe in equality. It can't be coming out of men who have a very biased way of thinking. So definitely it was a collaborative effort. Filmmaking is anyway a team effort. It is not one person who can drive it all through. Yes, there is a captain of the ship, and that is the director. it's his vision that comes on screen eventually. And for me, most of my directors have been such strong feminists who believed in equality, that they are the ones who got that best out of me. I'm not a trained actor. I really don't know the craft that deeply. It's these directors who have molded me in different shapes like a clay, with every film. I am a director's actor. So it's these guys who are so clear and good with their their social standpoint in life, that it reflects in the films that they do. And thanks to them that I get to perform these kind of layered characters of a woman. You're not just woman. In fact, most of the characters in their film have layers which are very real and human, which don't believe in one stepping over the other by the virtue of gender. It has to be by the virtue of the talent, if at all, but not virtue of gender. So a lot of the credit goes to, in a lot of these times, when I go in discussions, people talk about difference in a woman directing you, or a woman has written your part, or whatever. I am always very of a different opinion, because I have my career explains the fact that how I only had men directing me in these wonderful parts, and you still know me for my strong female characters. Then I can't help but give credit to those men who have made these characters so strong and layered, and so feminist in their own way. So I think my career is, that feminism has been shaped up by these men who have directed me in all these films.
Which is so fantastically put. A lot of the old school feminist friends of mine they also fight with me on the fact that, all men, and I think all men are not equally bad. I mean, there are those which have started to understand women, understand their journeys. You and I can actually talk forever and ever, and our conversation won't end. But before I close this session, I definitely want to know about Shabash Mittu. It's a film that we are all looking forward to. You're in London filming the as the old Hollywood jargon is lensing the film right now in London. Tell us a little about the film, and tell us, this is another big paradigm shift in looking at women characterization, and this one is a biopic, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, it is Mithali Raj's biopic. It's again going to be, it'll not just be about one person actually. It's going to be, because Mithali as a person, she never really had much of personal struggle to become a cricketer. So it's not like it's not a rags to riches story that you're going to be looking at of a sports person. It's more about how when she got into cricket and she came into the national team, she realized how this so-called cricket loving nation is not really cricket loving nation. It's men's cricket loving nation.
Yeah.
And that's a big difference. Either you call yourself a cricket loving nation or men's cricket loving nation. So if you call yourself a cricket loving nation, you should value the women equally. And that's the huge gap that she highlighted. She worked towards bridging it. And the way her journey is, even till now, taking India into the finals of 2 World Cup and still trying to fight it to make it even. That's the journey you're going to see on screen, about getting women's cricket on India's map first. Forget about world map, it's India's map first. It's the other way around. Usually you come on your own country's map, and then make your presence felt in the world. These women have been in World Cup finals twice. They are still trying to make their presence felt in their own country. So it's the other way around that she's the approach that she's taken. So you'll see how this women's team, it's more like a team film, I feel, which is gonna make its presence felt in this cricket loving nation of ours.
But what a journey it's been for you, a girl who grew up in Ashok Vihar in Delhi, if I'm not wrong, went to Mata Jayakor school. Is it trained in India by profession? A lot of people don't know that about you. Never went to a drama school, never got trained in acting, becomes the poster girl of emancipation and a narrative which is creating deeper collaborations even with the men as far as the filmic narrative of this country is concerned. More power to you, Taapsee Pannu. One thing I would definitely say, Maya Angelou very famously said, there are a million stories inside of us trying to find a way out. If we will not tell them, we will not live. So looking at you, there are so many million stories which are going to be bursting out of you very soon. You are also a producer now. Quickly, before we hand over to Shashank, also so many young people are watching you today. Tell us, a young actor has already started his journey of becoming a producer. How is it being? And you're producing a thriller. I met you recently wherever you were filming, and tell us a little what propelled you to become a producer. And it's another very big leap in your own career right now to be a producer.
Yeah, I mean, if I have to put it in two reasons. First being the little funnier one, where I say I don't want to be that intrusive actor who tells the producer and director, this should be done or that should be done for the film, because I feel strongly for it. I want to be in an official producer's shoes to actually be saying my film will have this will be presented like this to the audience. So I can officially take that call. So I'm a producer. The other thing, one more very interesting thing that someone told me recently, which I really believe in. I've sketched a career basis, that is the films that you do, be it as a producer or as an actor, are testament of the time that you're living in. And I want to make sure I document it in the best possible way, be it as a producer or as an actor. Sometimes you can't take as much stuff as an actor, then you can produce it. But I want to make sure that my filmography as a producer and as an actor is going to be the right documentation of the time that I've lived in.
So many young people want to be filmmakers, actors, producers. Is it a better time? Is this the time is right? People shoot films on their phones these days. There is a whole movement of the short film category. You've done quite a few of them recently.
There hasn't been a better time.
So what would you say to a young person who wants to be today filming or acting or producing or writing? What would you say to a young person today?
I'll just say that, trust me, when I started 10, 11 years back, we really did not know what is the starting point, what a person can hold on to. Today, sky is the limit. Internet, OTT space has opened up so much that anyone who wants to be director, producer, editor, actor, anything in filmmaking, you just have to have the right intention. There are countless ways and means to make sure you achieve your dream. You just should have the right intention of following that dream. Today, it has never been easier. Trust me, I've been through the last 10 years. I've seen the times changing in front of my eyes. It has never been easier. So if you really want to do it, you have a reason or a way right in front of you if you have the right intention.
So many more glorious, creative and thought-provoking films and characters to you. As a producer, we want to also see you blossom, because we are very critical of how bad cinema is around us. This is that one leap which makes us all different. Let us create stories which we all believe in. Thank you so much, Taapsee, for being with us all the way from London in the middle of a shoot. And I think many more conversations still you and I need to happen. They need to happen between you and me. Thank you so much for being there. Over to you, Shashank, and thanks, FICCI, for giving us this little tete-a-tete moment between me and Taapsee today. And have fun. All the best for the new film.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Taapsee and Vani ji, for being with us today, and for the absolutely inspiring fireside chat. I think that's left us with enough food for thought. It was candid, straight from the heart, and captured some very relevant topics. Thanks for sharing a genuinely inspiring story. I genuinely could not have asked for a better ending for our summit. The FICCI Global Young Leaders Summit in the last 2 days has hosted young, dynamic, super successful young CEOs, leaders, government officials, politicians, actors. And these young achievers were from diverse fields, and the sessions have aimed at building confidence and leadership skills amongst the youth. I'm confident that the FICCI Global Young Leaders Summit 2021 has and will prompt a dialogue, thought, and action to promote the growth of India. So thank you once again to everyone without whom this would not have been possible. Thank you so much. Thanks, Taapsee. Thanks, Vani ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Vani ji, thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilip ji. Oh, you were here. I just saw you. How are you doing?
I'm
Lovely
doing
to
well.
see you.
I didn't want to interrupt that fantastic conversation that you were having.
Oh.
Very well. Thank
Thank
you.
you, such a dream.
Thank you, Sashwat. Thank you so much for that. Well done, Lena
Thanks,
and
Mr.
team.
Chinoy.
Well done, Lena and team. Great team. Rhythm. Everyone. Great. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lena.